Good morning, everybody. And it's good to see all the people who have found a way to this session. Some of you queue in the registration queue. We're going to start this session with a speech that I will give you. My name is Karel Eloot. I'm a senior partner in McKinsey & Company. I'm based in China, which, of course, for mining and for metals is a very important part of the world. And then after the introduction that I will give, we will have a panel discussion. And hopefully we can make it as interesting to you as the industry is these days. Yeah. So let me get to it. I want to start with this overview. This is an overview of materials worldwide, globally, for the last 20 years. And what you see there is the revenues over time. It's quite obvious that there is a very, very strong increase. There is a 6% annual increase of revenues. And then you see also we have done a breakdown. The lighter blue there at the bottom is metals and mining. And then you have also building materials, you have pulp and paper, and you have plastics. We're in 23, an 8 trillion materials industry, with 1.7 trillion of EBITDA. And you see also that the metals and mining part has actually been growing faster than the overall materials. Right? In total, if you want to put this as a percentage of global GDP, we're talking about 7% of global GDP, very significant part. Now, if you then deep dive into the metals and mining part, right? So the bottom part of the previous chart, you can see that like 7 materials, the whole steel value chain, which I have here as 3 materials, thermocoal, and then copper, gold, and aluminum, they are representing in total 80% of these revenues, right? So this means that if you think a little bit at the right side, where we talk a lot, the battery materials, this is actually a relatively small part of the revenues, but obviously we're talking about energy transition. This is a very important part of the energy transition. Also graphite, for instance, relatively small revenues in the bigger scheme of things, but very important for what is happening. There's 3 macro drivers that are behind the growth that we've seen, especially over the last years, and also further into the future, are going to be pushing us. Number 1 is at the demand side, right? There is still a growth globally of the population, right? So until 2040, we will have another 10% total growth in population. But more importantly than that 10% growth in population is the 30 to 40% increase of the middle class. Middle class across the world is growing, and because of that will also consume more. So that's a big driver at the demand side. Then obviously the net zero transition has both a demand impact but also a supply impact, right? Demand is, for instance, the fact that we need to do some reconversion from where we are with our old energy to new energy. This means also that, like, for instance, the battery materials are coming into demand, but also for steel, for instance, also some traditional metals get higher demand from some of the new applications. If you think about like offshore wind, has like 6 times more material demand than the traditional energy that it replaces. So demand is also being pushed, being fueled by the net zero transition. And of course the supply, we need to get battery materials, not so easy. Also copper, we will talk a bit about that. Customers are asking for it. Of course governments are also looking into it. This requires at the supply-demand side definite initiatives. And then geopolitically, and I think in the panel we will go a bit more into that, but geopolitically we all know that the world is complicated, right? And that we need to scale. Scale is needed for a faster energy transition, but where there is scale, for instance, in China, it doesn't necessarily travel the whole world, and then other parts of the world are trying to get scale. So this is geopolitically a complicated supply setting. When we're talking about the materials in the energy transition, we are typically talking about the materials trilemma, which is we need to get availability of materials at an affordable price, and it needs to be also sustainable or needs to be green. These three objectives will need to come together in how we are further developing the materials industries. Now, if you look here, this is a very agile and dynamic space, right? And what I try to do here is to look at when we were in 2020 and we were forecasting for 23 for nickel, for lithium, for copper, where the supply would be. You can see there the blue line, that is our base case scenario that we predicted in 2020. And then you have the white line, that is the actual realization. So you see that for nickel and lithium, the supply that came on stream was actually higher than anticipated. What that means is that there were certain announcements made, but there were other things that were not announced, that we were not aware of, that actually have, in a very agile, very dynamic way, come on stream. Interestingly, in copper, it's actually the other way around. We haven't been able to get to the base case of supply. And actually that's not a surprise, I would say, because if you see in copper what has happened with the processing costs or the processing prices, the treatment and refining prices, you basically see that it went a lot down because the lack of availability of copper ore. So, very agile space where a lot is happening very quickly. And if you look at this in more details, here I'm explaining what has happened actually between what we had been forecasting and then what in reality happened. So I'm breaking down the changes that I showed you on the previous page. And so you can see that especially the new assets that were previously unknown, that were not announced, that in 2020 we were not seeing to come on stream or online, you see there for nickel and for lithium that this is quite significant. And I have also put there the ownership. You see that in lithium, for instance, 2/3 of the extra assets that came as a surprise are Chinese owned. And so what that means also, and again, is not a surprise, is that the Chinese ecosystem, the Chinese collaboration between different companies can actually do things quite quickly, faster than historically we would have thought based on the projects that we have seen. So there is a certain acceleration happening, but only when there is that ecosystem, for instance, the Chinese ecosystem not just in China, increasingly also in other parts of the world doing this. Yeah. In copper, you see that kind of positive surprise did not happen. There we have more a traditional situation where we are like more negatively surprised, where we have implementation challenges, right? You see there the change in utilization, unrealized projects. So there is a real challenge there in copper. But in nickel and in lithium, we have the opposite, right? Positive surprise. Now, at the demand side, because of the fact that for some applications, there are real challenges. For instance, if we look at the batteries, the fact that the NMC batteries are costly and have been exposed to high prices of the metals that are contained, you see that there is changes happening that, like, we see substitution by the LFP batteries, for instance. And you see LFP growing in share, and because of that, like, the demand of lithium going up very, very strongly. Or if you look at the engines, the motors, the use of rare earth, which we know is constrained, and especially, again, geopolitically complex, you see that people are looking for solutions that don't require rare earth to be used. And you see there again that the announcements from OEMs, from suppliers to OEMs, on, like, alternatives to rare earth applications, that this is increasing. The same thing also for electrolyzers and iridium. You get the point, is that, you know, innovation, R&D, right, is of course trying to find also solutions to get supply and demand with each other in balance, right? It's not only like, if we have higher demand and it's very costly, let's put more supply. Right? It's also like, can we be more efficient at the demand side? Can we also look for alternatives? Overall, when you go back to a bit the broader definition of materials, and I have included here also thermal coal, obviously over the longer period of time, we will see that coal demand is going to go down. Right? In Europe, there's only 2 countries left that are still pushing through, right, coal usage and mining, especially. For the others, when you look at it, the demand is going to remain quite strong, right? You can actually see this is in absolute terms, that for the different metals there, you see that if you take the last 10 years in absolute increase and the next 10 years in absolute increase, that the next 10 years will be at least the level of the last 10 years. In most cases, a little bit higher, and especially lithium is an enormous increase of the delta. The absolute increase of lithium demand, right? Then, as I told you before, it's of course important to look at, like, the supply-demand balance, right? And we have here a view on the 2035, so 10 years from now, the 2035 demand-supply balance. And what you have here is the current perspective, 2024 perspective, with everything that was available of different materials. And of course, you can see there the darker red, the bigger the unbalance, right? That means that the supply is not enough to meet the demand. And you can see that especially for rare earth, for sulfur, uranium, we are seeing in the base case still a significant lack of supply in 2035 based on what is announced, based on what is deemed feasible for now. Right? Now, of course, if you push it, and that's at the right-hand side, there is more projects that could be coming on stream. Currently, unlikely problems, feasibility, this and that, funding sometimes also more practical problems. You can see that like the pipelines in general are better, but for several of these commodities, for these materials, there is a need to accelerate the development of supply. You can also see with the arrows there at the left-hand side that compared to previous assumptions, that in some cases, for instance in nickel, the gap is closed, cobalt, the gap is closed. So when in the industry there is a consensus that there is a certain gap, of course this attracts typically investors, this attracts companies to come with like plans, and as I showed you before, sometimes quite agile, faster than we would have expected before. So overall, the summary of this is that in the whole group of materials, there's materials where there is a gap, there is materials where the gap has now recently been closed, and then there is some things in the middle where it's a smaller gap and where maybe we will see positive surprises. So if we are now thinking about the future, obviously what I have been showing you as examples will all be necessary. It will be necessary at the supply side to look for further exploration, right? To look for also ways to be more efficient. To standardization, modularization are all things that can help us to reduce risk, to reduce complexity, to go faster. But we know that in some parts of the world where we want to see more capacity coming on stream, that there will be a need to think about water availability. There need to be a need, for instance, for power, right? Like in the copper belt in Africa, right? Power is actually the biggest bottleneck to be addressed. At the demand side, I've already explained that there is a need to think about, like, you know, what kind of like new technologies that are maybe more efficient, that require less of constrained materials. The same thing, of course, with the process side. And then on the policy dimension, it's important that policies are bringing stability, are bringing certainty as much as possible for investors, right? We have a very uncertain, a very volatile world. And so policies need to help us, right, to accelerate and to bring the stability to fuel investment, to support investment. Policies also need to be, you know, as simple as possible, right? We want to avoid that, like red tape, all kinds of complexities are actually slowing down exploration, slowing down the development of projects. Now, this is not easy, right? Because there is like multiple stakeholders. There is also a lot of dimensions to be considered, right? Not only the pure business dimension, there is also social dimensions, environmental dimensions, the trilemma that I talked about. All these dimensions need to be considered. Now, one thing that is very important and that obviously will be critical to get right is at what kind of price of these different materials and commodities where we have a gap will the price need to be to ensure that people are incentivized to build new capacity, right? To work on the supply side, right? And what you can see here, these are the cost curves of announced projects for nickel, for lithium, and for copper, right? So the more you go to the right, of course, the more capacity will come on stream. But also we have like ordered this as a cost curve. This is an investment curve. This means that like the more you have to go to the right, the more you get on stream, but also the higher the price to incentivize that capacity to come on stream, right? So in blue, you have the price mid of 2024. Then black is the minimum price to meet the 2035 demand, assuming that like all these projects will come on stream. No delays, everything goes fine as expected, all good. Of course, if I assume 80% of what in the black line would come on stream, only 80% comes on stream, I need to push a bit more, right? I need to fill the pipeline with more so that like I can take that haircut of 20%. So that will, of course, drive the price up. And so you can see that we may have a need to increase the price by 40%, by 50%. So current price levels are actually too low to incentivize what we need for 2035. That's business, that's pure business. This is not policy, this is business. On the practical side, obviously, operationally, we will want to see very high capital expenditure efficiency, right? We want to make sure that the design of these new projects is such that like we get the maximum value for the investment that we make. So the design needs to be good. The infrastructure that like goes with the mining, we need to make sure that we have the right infrastructure. We need to actually also maybe see how we can work together between different projects, maybe between even countries. If you, again, Africa, the Copper Belt, like between different countries there, how can there be some collaboration on infrastructure? Right? So that like we have the highest possible efficiency of the investments that we make. And then also on the ramp up, because we see that a lot of these delays that we observe, these delays are because we are suffering from operational issues during the ramp up. So how can we also make sure that when we ramp up, that we have the right incentives for our own people, that we have the incentives for our contractors to go faster and be more successful in ramping up to the capacity that we are expecting. Right? So overall, and you see some examples there of companies that have done certain things, it is very important that, you know, end to end, every step of the chain is well covered and is efficient. So the third dimension is the sustainability dimension. So we don't only want to have available materials and affordable materials, but we also want to have green materials. And what you can see here is that the emissions in 23, actually there 88% of those emissions are the steel value chain, thermal coal mining, and the aluminum value chain. So almost 90% is coming from steel and aluminum value chain and from thermal coal mining. Right? Now, what you can see is that what currently is in the making for 2035 will not give us an incredible decrease, 15% reduction of the emissions compared to 23, 15% by 2035. You can see that for the demand it's more or less zero. Renewable energy will reduce 5%, improve circularity, so scrap and reuse, another 4%, efficiency improvements 4%. So these are the big buckets. Now, what you can also see is that the reduction of the steel, aluminum, and thermal coal value chains will be the biggest, right? So that's why that 90% goes to around 80%. What that means is that the new metals that come in, the battery materials, right, they are not very clean. Nickel, for instance, right, compared to steel, has a footprint, right, that is like times 15 on CO2 per ton. So there is real work to do also on these new materials. And this what is a bit in this complicated slide. You see there again on the top steel all the way to the battery materials, and then different levers that we can pull. The good news is that there is a lot of technology already available today, right? And it's proven. So our issue is not like, do we need to wait for new technology to come? Our issue is actually much more, is the technology already in the money? And I'll say something about it immediately. But overall, we can, and that's the abatement potential, you see these white percentages, we can abate quite a bit of the CO2 that is coming from these materials. Technologically, not a problem. But what you see in the bottom, and that is very important, this will increase the cost. Right? This is not coming for free. And the question is there a business case? Who is going to pay for it? So that's what we tried to find out when we did a survey last year where we asked people in the industry, and we ask people in steel, in aluminum, in copper, and we say, how much are you ready to pay? How much are you ready to pay? And let me take the steel example. So what you see there is in white, 11%. What that means, and you see there in the bottom, 100. So that means $100 per ton is what 11% of the people that we asked are willing to pay. Right? So, or you can say only 11% of the people are willing to pay $100 per ton. Okay? Then 42% of the people are willing to pay $50 per ton. Overall, the weighted average of this, $30 per ton. Right? So the weighted average is like the people we asked are willing to pay for steel $30 per ton. That's a global number. Now, let's see what that means. What I show you here is the situation in 2023, right? So if we want to go in Europe, European example, let's say flat steel, currently made with blast furnace. If we want to go from the blast furnace in Europe to EAF plus DRI, natural gas-based DRI, not hydrogen-based DRI, the first bar there, natural gas-based DRI. We need 75, in this case, dollar per ton covered. 75, yeah? Think about it again. What percentage of the people is willing to pay that? 20%, right? It's a bit of the mathematics and so on, but like 20% of the people are willing to pay the 75. Okay, 80% not. If you look at it, the extra cost of hydrogen-based DRI is completely prohibitive, right? It's $330 per ton. Nobody wants to pay this. Okay, what do you see in Europe? Some people have announced hydrogen, but people are starting in Europe to say, oh, maybe a bit later, maybe I'll start with natural gas, moving to the left. Some people saying, oh, but even natural gas, I'm going to delay. Why? Because 80% doesn't want to pay for it. Now, let's go to 2030. Now, the only difference in 2030 is actually that then we will have the CO2 tax really being paid. Not 100% yet, not 100% because there is the ramp up until 2034. But in 2030, of course, people are already going to pay CO2 tax. So this means that actually the cost is in any case going to go up. This means the extra cost for the natural gas DRI is of course down compared to the reference that is up. 85% of the people are willing to pay that $10 that needs to be covered. So this is what you see happening in Europe. People are saying, let's delay, let's not go fast, because there is no business case until 2030. And for hydrogen, even longer out. So this, in the end, brings us to the summary of all this is that, yes, we need availability, affordability, and sustainability of the materials. What are the different dimensions in availability? We need to look at like what kind of products are needed, what kind of value chains are needed. How can we collaborate more with ecosystems? We're going to move now to the panel. We will talk more about that. Then also we need to be efficient. The more we're efficient, the more we can do with the same investment in the CAPEX, the more we can do with the same OPEX, with the same efforts that we do in processing. And finally, we need to keep on finding business cases for making these materials green. It's not enough to have technology, right? We need to have the business case. We need to have happy investors to do this. So I'm going to hand over now to our chair of the panel. William, please come up, and I will join the panel, but I will listen carefully to your questions. Thank you very much.
Right, so we will get started. So today's panel, we're going to be looking at the report that FMM have put together. It's Unlocking Mineral Supply for Global Development
Tricky. Yeah.
Energy Transition.
Thank you very much.
So can I ask our panelists to come up to stage, please? So Peter Bryant, he's board chair of Clario. We've got Johnny Lazard, principal consultant at CRU. Patrick Barnes from Woodmac. And Richard Rothenberg from Global AI. And then obviously Carol as well. So I'm going to start just by sort of giving a bit of a setting, and then we'll sort of go into the panel. And after I've done my setting, I'll ask the panelists just to introduce themselves a little bit more. So the green transition is essential if we're going to tackle climate change, and that means we're going to have to reduce the use of fossil fuels to run engines and to generate heat and power. And to do that, electrification is going to be all important. But if we're going to use electrification, obviously, for things like EVs and mobility, we need a way to store that electricity so it can actually be used in a vehicle. And obviously, that's going to need either batteries, or we're going to need to generate that electricity in the vehicle via use of something like a fuel cell, and therefore hydrogen. But we'll also need energy as well outside of the mobility. And again, not all applications can use electricity. So we'll need to find forms of green energy so that we can actually heat and use to generate power as well. And therefore, hydrogen is going to be a sort of key part of that. But green hydrogen is expensive, as we've already looked at. So the battery raw materials and other metals are going to be key. So we're looking at lithium, we're looking at cobalt, nickel, manganese, we're looking at graphite, we're looking at iron phosphate, and we also need other base metals as well, minor metals and rare earths, if we're going to start building the infrastructure, if we're going to build the solar panels, and if we're going to build the wind turbines as well. So, plus also all those base metals and everything are also going to have to be generated in a green way as possible. So, all in all, we've got a Herculean task ahead of us. And that's what we're going to be discussing today in the panel, and seeing how this region, how the super region can take a part of that. But first of all, can I ask each of the panelists to introduce yourself? Carol, I think you've already done that. But Johnny, if we could start with you.
Hi everyone, my name's Johnny Lazar. I'm a principal consultant with CRU in London, and I head up our strategy consulting and advisory division. We've done a lot of work recently on decarbonization strategies and the use of some of the decarbonization levers, including the increased use of scrap, renewables, carbon capture and storage, and increasingly multi-stakeholder collaboration in delivering some of the early successes in energy transition. Thank you.
Patrick?
Yeah, excuse me. Patrick Barnes with Wood Mackenzie, based in London. I lead the metals and mining consulting practice. Wood Mackenzie publishes information about the markets that we're talking about today. And we also have teams that advise banks and companies and as well as governments on the development of those assets, competitiveness, and how to share value and establish lasting policy.
Thank you. Richard.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Richard Rothenberg. I'm CEO of Global AI. We're a big data artificial intelligence company that works with state-of-the-art technologies, and we advise hedge funds primarily, as well as governments and multilaterals. We do a number of projects with United Nations. And in the mining space, we have analyzed some of the world's largest data sets across more than 30 languages and more than 100 countries to come up with various analyses of sentiment and using large language models as well as natural language processing to come up with insights that we'll be discussing today at this talk.
And Peter.
Great, thanks, William. Peter Bryant, based in Southern California. Board chair for Clario. We provide expert advice to the mining and energy industry globally around key issues. Been working with the Kingdom's government for 5 years now. Also, board chair for Development Partner Institute, a non-profit, to reimagine mining to help grow social economic prosperity for indigenous communities. And finally, leading a group called the Key Mineral Forum in Washington, D.C., working with the US Senate, key agencies on developing a cohesive strategy for the US government on global minerals development.
Great. Okay. Well, we'll stick with you, Peter. And I'd like to ask all of you, actually, just as a starter, where do you think we are in the energy transition at the moment?
Actually, a great question. I'll try and be brief. I've rephrased it from energy transition to we're actually entering a phase of energy expansion. I think the narrative is changing, certainly in the US. I think one is energy demand is growing in the West and the US. Energy demand, after being flat for 20 years, is growing. The realization is about affordable, reliable, secure energy as clean as possible, and not this singular obsession around emissions reduction. And we still have the billion people that don't have electricity in Africa. So I think we're entering a phase of energy expansion where nuclear is becoming more relevant, natural gas is seeing key, and even in the US we're seeing people realizing coal may still have a life for the next 3-4 years. So I think there's a narrative shift, which I think is good, because I think it is energy expansion that we're about, and we need to go full tilt, solar, wind, EVs, nuclear, everything.
Mm-hmm. So I'm based in New York City, and in the US primarily we see a major shift. Now I think we are open to see a major investment flows. However, we still see major challenges, as we've seen from our analysis of sentiment analysis globally. ESG, in particular human rights issues and other ESG factors, have become major impediments. So we see a major gaps on the investment side, but we see major potential as well from blended finance and new structures of infusion of capital liquidity across both liquid and fixed income markets to fill the gaps.
I'd say we've made a lot of progress, but we're clearly behind where we need to be, and we're at risk of slowing down more because we're really starting to confront the additional costs of trying to bring on this new supply in a less globalized world. And so honestly, I think we're really wrestling with how fast we're willing to move at the moment, which is, I guess, a bit concerning.
Yeah, I'd say we're at the stage now where we've identified a number of solutions, and those solutions are in the sort of troubled teenage years when they start going out with one another. You start blending solutions. It's less black and white as to which way you're going to go, but then you're confronted with the fact that they bring a lot of cost and a lot of risk. And so that risk has to be shared, and then the cost has to be shared in a fair way. And I think that's the challenge at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I think if you just look at the facts, 2024 was the first year where we had 1.5 degrees more compared to the pre-industrial level. So we're at the 1.5. The expectation is that this year and next year that will be confirmed. So that means, as Patrick was saying, is that, yeah, we are not on target. But if you look at it positively, a lot of things is happening, right? And me being based in China, I would first say that like the Chinese have been able to show that you can scale some of these technologies, right? That you can do this very, very fast, and that the price and the costs are coming down very quickly, right? And that is very encouraging, right? Because when things get in the money, and but also my presentation, we need business cases, right? And when the things get in the money, a lot of things can happen. But the reality is that coal is still not at the peak, yeah? So there is work to do.
Okay, so using Johnny's expression, I mean, we're at teenage years and we're falling behind a little bit. So, Peter, maybe I can just ask you to start off with, and then others feel free to pitch in if you have anything else to say. What do you think is going well, and what do you think is not going well?
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think it reflects what some of the other guys were saying is, obviously, around the world, I mean, the adoption of solar and wind. I mean, in the US, for example, the majority of new power generation was solar and wind last year. So those are kind of the positive things, I think. So I think we're building as fast as we can. I think the problem is, and the big challenge is, we've actually reached the maximum point of putting solar and wind on. And with energy demand increasing everywhere in the world, you know, peak coal just got moved out 3-4 years by the IEA. There's just not enough solar and wind to be built out. Batteries aren't there yet to kind of meet the energy demand that we're talking about. So I think that's the big challenge we face. So I don't know if it's not going well. That's a massive challenge. Get us out of our teenage years, if you like. And I think, you know, and accelerating nuclear as well. So I think anti-nuclear is kind of, we've shifted there as well. So I think there's some big challenges ahead for us, to be honest.
Yeah. I wanted to mention just that some of the major challenges I see recently are obviously the geopolitical conflicts we're facing across nations, as well as major ESG narratives that are conflicting across major asset managers like BlackRock and the US government, SEC, versus European Union. So that's a major challenge. But some of the other geostrategic imperatives that I see that are critical are the rise of trends like artificial intelligence and the need for to power major AI data centers have pushed companies like NVIDIA and Meta to push for nuclear and other solutions that are needed today for a national competitiveness standpoint. So there's national security imperatives, and among others that are market-driven, that in combination are pushing for a major, I will say, renaissance of new energies.
Okay. The report highlights, if we sort of move into the report now, highlights the sort of the need for significant increase in investment through partnerships to achieve the development, prosperity, and energy transition. Both across the super region, and just for those of you who are unaware of what the definition of that is, the super region being Africa, Western and Central Asia, including 79 countries, that's geographically sort of spread between Western and Eastern hemispheres, stretching from South Africa up to Kazakhstan, as well as the suppliers and customers of those countries as well. You know, at present, we have a situation where China leads in all things to do with the lithium-ion batteries and solar panels. South Korea and Japan have battery supply chains, and North America and Europe are in the process of building those out to different degrees. Plus, we have South America and Australia also in the supply chain, as well as China and Indonesia and Central Africa also supplying sort of bulk of raw materials. Johnny, maybe I could start with you. I mean, why do you think it's important that the FMF report starts with the need for this great need for partnerships?
Yeah, I think Carol mentioned it earlier that there's a real need to scale up. So again, if we talk about those teenage years, it's the time when you stop thinking just that you can do it, and then you try and scale the solutions and the successes up. And when that happens, the cost is way too big for one stakeholder to bear. And usually, because these industries are a lot more dynamic, they're moving a lot more quickly, there is a need for people to share in the risk as well. Now, there isn't really a deficit of responsibility around the world. Actually, pretty much all the stakeholders, both in the super region and elsewhere, have said they're willing to shoulder the burden, but they want that burden to be evenly and fairly distributed. And I think that's where there's a real discrepancy between different parts of the world at the moment. China's been able to do this because it has been able to essentially create that collaborative effort very quickly, and also almost move ahead with it and believe that it's going to work. Whereas we don't have that kind of facility in this super region at the moment. There is capital, but probably not enough. There is not enough appetite for risk yet, but it's developing. What you do have in this region is a real ability to compete on costs. And so that combination of capital availability and the ability to compete on costs really creates those opportunities for collaboration throughout the region.
Right. Okay. So within the region, within the super region, you know, costs you're talking there because of the abundant ability to have a lot of solar plus natural gas as well. But what other sort of aspects can this region really sort of bring to the table?
Well,
that's open to everybody.
Sure. So I'll start, but I think what's interesting is, you know, if you're talking about value chains that are dominated by China, you have to ask the question, well, who can compete with China, at least on an OPEX basis? And this region has competitive advantages that make it a potential competitor to China and also a potential collaborator with Chinese innovative initiatives. On the flip side of that, there is a lot of capital intensity that comes with that, and that's something that needs to be managed carefully because obviously the region has to be a net exporter of material, and so that capital intensity has to be looked at with a view towards target markets that are going to be attractive enough. Back to the business case that you were mentioning.
Yeah, I think one thing I'd like to add onto that is that I think the super region has a very unique opportunity. So, and I think what the Kingdom is offering in terms of its vision for the super region is if we can collaborate, you know, every country wants to retain more of the value of its endowed resources. That's one. So move away from the extract and ship model, which is the Chinese model, it's the Western model. So, and to do that, we need to do that collaboratively across the region. So a vision could be copper from Zambia comes to Saudi Arabia with a green energy platform where we do more processing, batteries, etc. So key in that is how you share the value around, because a lot of the African countries don't have the necessary infrastructure, energy infrastructure to do a lot of that downstream value capture. And I think Economist had a great article 2 weeks ago where Africa, you know, its per capita economies are declining, which is terrible. So how do we reverse course and, you know, and get that level of collaboration, unleash the capital? And I think the key is how you de-risk capital. That's where governments like the Kingdom, the United States need to really play. And then you've got this whole geopolitical, national security game playing out, which is a lot of unknowns, particularly with the new administration. So.
Maybe one thing to add to this is that for the super region will be important to learn from what clearly has worked for the Chinese, right? And as you were saying, like there will be Chinese involvement there, and there is already Chinese involvement. But what has worked very well for China is that they have been operationally de-risking. Right, what they have done is in the end between Chinese companies looked at like how can we create win-wins, how can like what is a risk for me, you know, you can reduce that risk because you are a step further in the chain, and together we have like a lower risk. That of course like encourages them to go faster. Right? So that de-risking needs to work. So the key thing there is the ecosystem. Right? Companies are not just like two companies are a partner, but like multiple companies. And then also the whole policy environment, this is all one ecosystem. And that has worked well. For instance, if you look at nickel in Indonesia, right, that is where you see that ecosystem at work. But a lot of it is China. Also EPCs, right, are from China and are building there in these industrial parks. So the philosophy there is very good. What we will need to see is that people learn from this, but that they also find win-wins beyond the Chinese companies. right? And that, like, you know, we get ecosystems, to your point around collaboration, that we get ecosystems that become less Chinese when the Chinese model is applied, right? Or that become more Chinese when a Western model is applied. I think ecosystem, industrial parks, collaboration, joint focus on infrastructure development, efficiency, that's critical for the super-region.
Maybe just one thing to add as well that I think the super-region can contribute is there are a lot of governments and a lot of groups in the super-region that have more of a clarity of ambition, right? Where there is a clear pathway that they want to take and an ambition to develop capacity to industrialize. I mean, I come from the United States, and when I got into this industry, there are a lot of people that ask me, like, do we still do mining? Like, I didn't know the US still did that, right? And now it's pivoted back a little bit, but there are a lot of governments that are willing to partner with companies and commit to the longer term and see the benefits that this can provide for them if they get it right.
Yeah, I would like to just add that I would say the super region has major key competencies and areas of supply and aspects of the supply chain as well that are important. And even though there are major gaps, I think leadership of Saudi Arabia and investors like sovereign investors like the PIF can play a major role and perhaps collaborate more as I was saying, will create a major opportunity to compete with China and perhaps become, I will argue, the top player globally.
So as a follow-up to that, who is in the region can lead it? I mean, these are huge tasks, and if you need a lot of sort of partnerships and a lot of collaboration, who's best placed to lead that?
Well, I think it has to start in the Gulf because there's a number of things. I think Patrick talked about the declared ambition and the clarity of purpose there. There's also a huge amount of capital readily available to deploy, and there is the processing cost competitiveness. So you can create cost competitive processing hubs within this region, within the Gulf, to essentially gather around the resources from the rest of the super region. But I think the other thing to mention is you can oversee the amount of trial and failure that's happened in the Chinese collaborative effort. There's been a distribution of scale and value, and for every CATL and BYD, there's been 5, 6 others that have failed at a similar or smaller scale. So that ability to try things at different scales with different levels of integration becomes very important as well. And that's where having different types of markets with different competitive advantages is very important. That's why the super region can do a lot more than just the Gulf by itself.
Well, I think just to add on that, it depends a little bit on the stage of the value chain, right? Because it's rare that there are going to be very many countries that can do all of the full value chain on their own, right? Most of the mining is not going to be happening in the Gulf. Some places there is, in gold and some other commodities, there's a lot of potential, but there isn't the volume, there isn't the geology, there isn't the real estate for it to make that happen. You look at South Asia, you look at Central Asia, and you look at Africa, there's huge potential and a lot more mineralization there. So some of the leadership really does need to come from those regions as well. It can't be, a single pole.
Yeah, that's why, ministerial roundtables going on right now. Yeah. I think it's key that, the governments collaborate, but I think let's not forget the mining industry. This gets back to, the partnering with the mining companies is vital, and the partnership they have with the mineral countries in Africa, and then how that mix with the Gulf with processing works. That's complex, and I don't think we figured that out yet, even though the ambition is great. So that's complex.
And the key there, I think, is what you just said, right? Like, this is driven by the processing, because we need to go from the customer all the way up, and that's what you see. If you see what China, like 10 years ago, the Chinese ownership in nickel, in lithium, in copper, right, was like 1/3 when you look at the mining side, 1/3 of the world. But that has, in 10 years' time, like for copper, it's like now half, right? For lithium, it's like 2/3. And this is not driven by just a philosophy or we want to be miners in the world. This is because we have customers for EV. Because of this, we need metal. Because of this, we go out in the world. And that is the whole value chain, the ecosystem, and so on at play.
So a good sort of follow on from that is, so if the super region can sort of build up a alternative or a parallel supply chain, one of the problems that countries have had in trying to do lithium hydroxide and things like that is the know-how, is the experience, and and will China be willing to share that experience? I mean, talking to some of the existing smelters outside of China, refiners outside of China, they're saying the whole capex and opex of setting up a lithium hydroxide plant is so much more expensive anywhere else than in China. So how can this region get over that?
Well, there's a couple of things that it's got going for it. So the region is geographically and geopolitically in a really good position to access both a global market but also a global market for raw materials. So it can be a hub for all of that. On the Chinese side, obviously, they're quite selective as to the things they want to export, but their access to some of the markets that they want to target is dependent on them being able to process material, not just in China, but elsewhere, to essentially make sense of the global headwinds that we've got going. Right? So I think there's been examples over the last year, for example, the battery manufacturing sector has really suffered, has had a tough year, but battery manufacturing outside of China by Chinese companies has been more profitable than the same companies making batteries in China. And so it's not like China is going to shut up shop, it's just going to be quite selective, but there are opportunities there for it to develop within this region, but also for the region to develop alongside it.
I think this also unpacks the problem of price volatility in the market. Your point about plants, lithium's in the toilet, low price. All the plants that were planned for Australia have been cancelled because of it's too expensive to build. The counter signal EV sales are slowing down, and we're entering a period of minerals famine. I mean, IEA says 10 million tonnes short 2035. So we've got this juxtaposition where short-term market signals that say don't build new mines. Yet the long-term outlook is we need to accelerate the transition, we need more minerals. Yet today I'm not incentivized if I'm a big miner to invest in big new mines. So there's this kind of slow, gradual mines. So how that plays out and how governments are willing to underwrite that to a degree is going to be key. And I think Saudi Arabia and the Gulf has a huge cost advantage if they really go for it.
So maybe to your question of what are the Chinese companies going to do, maybe I can go back to the World Economic Forum event, the summer Davos that happens every year in China. And when you listen there to the Chinese CEOs, that are of course very numerous at that event, they were all talking about collaboration, right? So I think that is the answer, in my view, to your question, right? Is there an openness to partner? The business people want to collaborate, right? Because they see the business logic.
Yep.
Well, actually, I would like to add that I think there's going to be some pressure from the Teslas and Nvidias of the world, as well as the asset owners, the emerging sovereign wealth funds, and all the institutional investors that are going to start looking at sustainable mining as well as suppliers that have similar values, consistent with these major companies, and we see some lack of transparency sometimes in countries like China and others, and ESG as well is suffering there. So I believe that the FMF has an opportunity there to increase collaboration, transparency, and align with the ESG and values and sustainable mining, along with the PIF and so the Aramco. I think there's a major opportunity.
Richard, staying with you, your work has been on sort of sentiment analysis, and the super region has sort of come out highly in that. Do you want to expand a bit on that and sort of some of the reasons why you think this area, has come up high, whereas somewhere like Europe, where there's a lot of sort of pushback against mining or against operations, a lot of sort of not in my backyard sort of attitude. How do you see this region benefiting?
Yeah, absolutely, precisely. So when we look at sentiment analysis, it's basically we use large-scale algorithms that have the ability to read all the news available across more than 60 languages in more than 150 countries. And we look at blogs, social media, news, NGO reports, etc. And we're able to see the details. And when we look at the details, the FMF suffers on a negative sentiment in areas like cobalt, primarily coming from countries like Zambia, where there's major NGO presence and negative news in regards to how the production is made and human rights abuses. But overall, in other areas, we see a positive trend, except in Europe, where there's bigger presence of NGOs that are more outspoken. But when you compare to the rest of the world, the FMF comes ahead across all critical minerals, including lithium, especially lithium and copper. And I think if this trend continues, as I was saying earlier, there's a major opportunity to become the major supplier for the companies of the future that are going to be driving demand, like the Teslas and all the new energy companies in the market.
Yeah, thank you. Europe, has tried to build its supply chain, and some of it is working, some of it, has run into trouble. And we're seeing a lot of permitting takes a lot of time. The arranging of finance takes a lot of time, especially to Peter's point, when prices are low as well. And the process of sort of building refineries is also, run into barriers too. And we've seen sort of CAM and battery factories have either been cancelled or put on hold or are delayed. I mean, what else apart from the sort of the NGO aspect? What other aspects do you think have gone wrong in Europe, and what can we learn from that, do you think?
I think one of the things that you tend to see, not just in Europe but around the world, because it's something that's been developing a value chain and getting more in-country value addition has been a really high priority for nearly every minister and president everywhere for a long time, right? And one reason why it often doesn't work is because people often paint it with too broad a brush, right? They're looking to accomplish a lot of things at once, right? They're not necessarily prioritizing which benefits they want, and as a result, you end up applying. It's almost like if you know that something's unwell and you just start throwing medicines at it, and you don't know what the right dose is, and you don't know what you're really treating. So I think one of the main challenges that Europe has had is it's really, in some cases, really butted its head against competitiveness question. And Earl came to this a little bit earlier as well. A lot of times developing something outside of China or where there isn't a sustainable competitive advantage just costs more. And governments that have forged ahead with policies that increase prices have not had much staying power recently. And so it really takes a significant commitment to develop a value chain if you don't have that sustainable cost advantage.
I mean, this is a huge issue. We're entering a period of strategic decoupling from China as a political imperative in Europe and the United States. At the same time, all the capability and know-how for a lot of these efforts is in China. And I just don't believe Europe and the US can get to low-cost downstream processing in the next 10 years, and neither governments have the financial resources to subsidize their way through that. And we've seen with nickel, nobody cares if that's green. We've seen the green premium doesn't exist. So I want the lowest cost anything. How do we do this decoupling at the same time as collaboration? I think that's $1 million question. Not sure. In the tech industry, we call it, what is it? Competitive collaboration. One day we're competing. Next day we're collaborating. So I'm not confident that we can get there in the next couple of years, but we'll see. Because it depends how serious we are.
There's a problem at the moment because obviously macroeconomically, Europe and North America are struggling with high costs across everything, not just industry. And so there's only so many things you can afford to do, and there's a clear lack of focus. When you list 65 critical minerals and you try and do things about every one of those, you're going to do very little about very little.
Yes.
Whereas I think one of the lessons out of China has been identify 2 or 3 segments of industry where you think you might do well and follow through, and good things are going to happen. But at the moment, I think if you look at the critical mineral lists out of the US, Australia, Europe, Japan, they're all 40 minerals plus. And there's very little you can do with no money across 40 minerals.
Yeah, and maybe the other thing to build on what you both were saying is that in the end you need to build an industry. Right, it's not, we know from the European example, for instance, not good to just subsidize at the end of an uncompetitive chain, and to say, okay, now I'm as a government, I'm going to put the thing to incentivize that, like, people use it. No, you want to put your money in building an industry that is competitive. So that is the whole reflection, and I fully agree that, like, for this, choices need to be made, priorities where you really want to win, and then you build something for the future rather than fixing it at the end.
And last point, can I add one point? Yes. Communities, let's not forget communities. So I think we're seeing globally, whether it's Canada, Australia, where communities are going, that might be all very well, but we don't want this here. We see that playing out in Serbia. It's a strategic imperative to build this massive lithium resource. The community's going, no, we don't want tailing dams, we don't want dry tailings. Australia is increasingly an anti-mining jurisdiction. Communities. Africa communities are going, we want to see the prosperity. And they will stop projects and they drive up costs. So how we address communities amongst this is, I think, lost, and I think Serbia is a great example in the West. I mean, very hard to permit and approve a mine in the US. I mean, resolution is caught up with indigenous issues. So I think, so we've got this, again, kind of irony of this is urgent, but we just can't get anything done because there is all these issues swirling around. So.
But just finally to sort of, I understand everything you've been saying. I mean, if you've got the European EV manufacturers, for example, ploughing billions of euros into their manufacturing lines, they need a localized supply. So is it, going to your point, Peter, is it a case of governments having to change attitude of the communities that, we do need to mine today or process today so we can then get into a circular economy, which is what we're sort of ultimately getting?
I think so, and I think mining, and we've got an innovation panel coming up, mining has to change. Mining, the way it's done today, is unsustainable. It's too energy, water, and waste intensive for a lot of the minerals, and I think, it's different per mineral, obviously, but we can't keep mining the way we are. So.
And the thing is, you need to go from the mining all the way to the end customer. You need to build the end-to-end value chain, because also, for instance, in Africa, like the opportunity, like if you take the copper belt needs clear availability of power. The power needs, of course, infrastructure. That infrastructure is good also for the country, but it needs to be balanced. And then I don't want to just have infrastructure for maybe a community and for the mining. But what about the processing? What about then further value added and more value added jobs also? So I think that's where, if we have a very small solution space, right, we will not come up with like sustainable solutions. If we build a bigger solution space, then I think we can really create something very different.
But it has to be focused, because if you look at what Europe has been successful at, it's created a mostly renewable-based grid in a very short period of time, very successfully, with a bunch of very profitable utility companies, right? So that, if that can happen, other things can happen too, but the fit has to be there, and then the focus has to be there, and as you say, you have to build the whole industrial segment. You don't get to half backside it.
Brilliant. And on that,
I would like to add that we should not underestimate the investment side, because sometimes there's clarity on solutions and what should be done, but sometimes there's massive gaps, multi-trillion gaps in terms of what needs to be financed and how. And I believe that government is not enough, subsidies is not enough. Even multilateral World Bank is a tiny fraction of what's needed. We truly need private sector participation and innovative financing mechanism beyond green bonds. like SDG bonds and other that are coming up, and as well as political willingness to support these risks, these opportunities.
Great. Well, on that, I'd like to thank you all very much. Very interesting conversation. Please thank our panel. There'll now be, thank you. There'll now be a presentation on the sort of the outlook for the battery raw materials. So, thank you. Excuse me. Sorry?
We have a presentation.
Yeah. Right. We will start the presentation now, thank you. So I am with Fast Markets. We are a price reporting agency for the commodity markets. Price reporting agency means that we have a team of over sort of 700 people in the company, and our job is to assess markets, assess the prices for different sort of commodities. So whereas you can find out what the copper price is by looking at the LME price or the CME price or the Shanghai price, there are thousands of other prices out there which need to be assessed, and that is what our price reporting agencies do. And a lot of our prices are then used in contracts. So down the supply chain, our prices would be used in contracts. On top of the price reporting, we also have an analytics team, and that's where I fit in. So we cover the base metals, we cover the battery raw materials, we cover the forestry products, timber products, and ags as well. But my focus is on the metals. So today I'm going to be looking at the battery raw materials outlook. Although there are challenging times at the moment, we are still very bullish on the overall outlook. I think the recent headwinds we're seeing in the battery raw materials only really reinforce the need for investment and expansion. So the areas I'm going to be covering today are the supply surpluses we're seeing now, and how those are creating problems for tomorrow. I'm going to look at the huge demand potential, and then look at the markets and why we need a more balanced supply chain. So currently the markets are here. You can see charts for lithium, cobalt, and nickel, and you can see we're currently seeing the markets in a supply surplus. But as you can see from the chart, as we drop below the zero line, we're going to be facing some significant deficits. Now, obviously, you can't have year after year after year of deficits. So we need investments to fill those gaps. At the moment, production is still expanding, but the price volatility we've seen and the low price environment does threaten the timely arrival of new supply. And in difficult times, as we're in at the moment, China is a lot better at sticking to its investments than the West is. And China has led, and it dominates the battery raw material processing and the downstream manufacturing parts of the supply chain as well. And a more distributed supply chain is needed, creating the opportunities for this region and around the world as well. So moving on to looking at the demand outlook. Last year, 2024, was generally seen as a weak year for demand for the battery raw materials. But it was only relatively weak. Global lithium demand grew by 33%. Well, that's an incredibly strong market, really. The problem is the market has been used to triple-digit growth or high double-digit growth, so they'd anticipated for that, and then when you see sort of 33% growth, you have sort of oversupply has been created. And the areas where we generally saw weakness in EVs has been in Europe, and we actually saw either flat or slightly negative EV growth last year. But we think that will be temporary. And one of the reasons for that is that Germany and Norway and France changed or cut their subsidies for EVs at the beginning of last year. And as a result of that, that hit the sort of demand, the uptake of EVs, and obviously the cost of living crisis was another factor there. But if you look at what happened in China in 2019, they also cut the subsidies, and in the second half of 2019, EV sales started to fall, but it was only temporary. By the end of the year, EV sales started to pick up. Obviously then COVID came along, and it was all sort of put on hold for a bit longer. But this chart is an interesting chart. It shows the global primary energy consumption by source. And if you look at the top bands, the colourful bands, that's all the energy we're currently getting from renewable energies, where the grey, the darker grey, the black and the dark grey are all the energy we're getting from fossil fuels. So in 2023, 84% of our primary energy came still from fossil fuels, with 16% coming from renewables. So that really does highlight there is room, massive room for growth for renewable energy generation. And most of that heavy lifting will come from solar and wind. And if you're going to rely heavily on solar and wind, then you need energy storage to go hand in hand with that. And therefore, the lithium-ion batteries are going to be a critical part of that. So if we look at sort of the lithium demand at the moment, you can see the majority of it the growth has come from the purple area on that chart, which is going into EVs. And as you can see from the table, you can see the very strong, generally very strong compound average growth rates. So for lithium demand, from 760,000 tons LCE in 2023, we're looking to that to move up to 3.6 million by 2034. And if we break that down, if we take out the EV part of that, then you can see the really strong growth coming from energy storage systems. And also other areas are also showing generally strong growth with power battery swaps as well. And if you look at the table there, so most people are thinking EVs, so we're looking at 16% compound average growth rate, but energy storage from a low base is going to be looking at 22%, and then battery swaps are going to be growing fast as well. So when we're talking about battery swaps, we're talking about instead of recharging your EV when you're parked or when you're at a garage or when you're at home or at work, you actually go into a service station and they swap the battery out, so it gets rid of that sort of range anxiety or the gaps between the time it takes to recharge the battery. The traditional use there, we're seeing as flat, and that's mainly for things like greases and ceramics. And part of that is because of the high lithium prices we've seen in the past. That sort of caused substitution out of that. And it's just the other markets are just growing so much stronger. So demand is set to grow at a very strong compound average growth rate, and that strong growth is going to be global, and it means it will be hard for producers to keep up, especially in Western markets. So if I move on to the third area, sort of why we think the market requires a more balanced supply chain. So if you look here, you can see these are the prices of the battery raw materials, going back to sort of 2018 or 2019, you've seen a significant run-up in prices in the post-COVID era, and that was as countries started to kickstart their economies, and a lot of that was sort of focused on sort of the green transition. But you also had supply disruptions as well. You had shipping disruptions, you had movement of labor, some of the idle capacity that went idle in 2019 and 2020. That was hard to reactivate because of the restrictions on labor movement and things like that. But what you also saw, as you saw those massive price increases, was a very quick supply response, mainly from China. You also saw there were other areas as well, but you saw China responding with its investment in its lepidolite, but also shipping direct ores from Central Africa to China as well. But this has made a very difficult sort of situation for producers generally to be operating in. So these low prices are a big threat to the future supply. So the headwinds are coming from, we're already seeing miners have had to cut or halt production. That's mainly been seen in the West, but we have seen some high-cost production, lepidolite production cut in China as well. We've seen lithium, cobalt, nickel and graphite have all been impacted. And one of the sort of crucial things is it's actually the investments have slowed down in these areas. They've either been delayed or in some cases they've been stopped. And much of the areas where it's either been delayed or stopped has happened in the areas where we're going to need that supply, that local supply in the future, mainly in the US, Europe and in Australia. But this low price environment hasn't been such a headwind for China. They can take advantage of it. They have been less affected. They continue to invest heavily in Africa, in Indonesia, and in Bolivia, and within China itself. So China continues to gain market dominance at the expense of the other areas where demand will be high and domestic supply chains are needed. So if we look at the impact of the low prices on the various commodities, here, as I mentioned already, Chinese and non-Chinese production cuts have been seen. Mainly China just in the lepidolite, but across Australia we've seen production cuts as well. So this chart shows how our outlook, our forecast for mine supply has changed between the third quarter last year and our more recent forecast in the fourth quarter. So you can see Australia in the purple there has been affected. China has also going to be affected next year more. What we are seeing though is continued expansion in Chile, and that's not so surprising. Chile is sort of the cheapest producer of lithium. But we've also seen cuts to refinery production. We've seen those in Australia, and that is, again, it refers back to what we spoke on the panel. It is just that much more expensive to produce things outside of China. And these delays and suspending and cancelling of projects is a really big risk. It means the West is losing market share to China. But having said that, we are also seeing some production still continue to ramp up, and that's encouraging. But we also need to see more and more investment going into the supply chain. If we look at the cobalt situation, so again the chart showing the same thing. It's how we've had to change our forecast because of the cutbacks between the third quarter last year and the fourth quarter. And what we're seeing there is that in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Chinese producers have continued to expand cobalt production. In fact, China Moly, or CMOC, raised production by an amazing 106% last year. Whereas we've seen some of the non-Chinese producers have had to reduce production because of the low price environment. And Glencore, in the first 3 quarters of last year, cut their production by 18%. But on the other side of that, you've had Indonesia. So Indonesia's cobalt production continues to grow because they've continued to invest in the nickel supply chain. So cobalt production last year, we estimate, will be up 70%. And with already low prices, we've also seen cutbacks in Australia on the nickel production, and that's affecting cobalt production as well. And that low price environment is delaying the startup of new projects, and with some projects on hold. So we expect Australian cobalt production to be down 22% last year. And we've also seen in North America plans to increase cobalt production has also been delayed due to the price weakness. So what we're really seeing is sort of the bulk of increases is coming either from the Chinese or from Chinese and their partnerships in the Indonesia or in the Congo. Whereas production in the Americas has suffered due to financing issues. And if we look at nickel, again, the chart shows here, on the top chart shows how we envisage Chinese nickel production, Australian nickel production to pick up, and the bottom chart shows Indonesia. And again, we estimated, because of the low price environment for nickel, some 318,000 tons of nickel capacity will be cut due to these low prices. And you can see Australia has taken the brunt of that. 62% lower mine production in 2025 compared with 2023, with refined production down 58% and intermediate, so your HPALs down 100%. Whereas Indonesia continues to see healthy expansion, especially in the intermediates section. So what we're seeing is trying to build localized supply chains is proving difficult. Prices, because the low prices have reduced investments, certainly outside of China. As I've already mentioned, CapEx and OpEx are significantly higher outside of China. And China has the advantage that, you know, it has the know-how and it has the experience, and it has been doing this for sort of 10 to 15 years. So it has a big head start across the rest of the supply chain. And I think it's important, especially in things like lithium and some of the other battery raw material salts, is they're not commodities, they are salts, and it takes a lot of know-how to actually get class 1 battery grade material. So China also has the advantage, because it's been doing it for so long, that it also has the economies of scale. And as a result of that, there are barriers to entry. Local supply chains, if we are looking to build local supply chains, then they're going to need subsidies, they're going to need loans or grants to overcome these barriers. The US has the IRA, and that to some extent has certainly promoted and starting to build up the US supply chain, but Europe doesn't have that sort of level of financial support. So what are some of the solutions and some of the and my conclusions? So we do need government and private and international partnerships need to establish these supply chains. The Chinese model is very integrated. It is the state companies, or it is the state plus the companies in very strong partnerships. They have the 5-year plans, so they have that sort of long-term ability to plan forward. And if China needs it, they can find the money for it. Whereas the Western model is very much more, each company is on a standalone basis. So you have a mining project, they will invest in the mine, but they're very much standing on their own, apart from maybe being able to get off-take agreements which will provide help. So the Western companies, although they have these long-term targets and long-term plans, they are, however, vulnerable to the various quarterly reporting or annual reports they have, which can affect their cash flow and then therefore make them change their plans. So again, the US has the IRA, Europe really needs, because it doesn't have the money to invest in these things, it does need federal funding. And as I've mentioned before, you know, the security of jobs is very important in Europe, as is the security of local supply chains and local manufacturing if Europe is to succeed. And it's needed because of the geopolitical risks as well. And then just in conclusion, therefore, so despite the sort of depressed markets we have today, the outlook is still very strong for lithium-ion batteries and all the battery raw materials that go into them. New projects do face delays and cancellations due to the poor investment climate we're currently in, and as a result of that, that increases the geopolitical risks. So we need strong partnerships to enable local supply chains to be built so that we can produce secure, stable and a balanced green future. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your time. Sorry about that.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming to listen to me today. I'm deeply honored and delighted to be here. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about circularity with a main focus on recycling, with the benefit of some knowledge that I've picked up over the years, and to give you a view on that. I'll let you read our disclaimer at your leisure. Please allow me first, in return for sharing some wisdom, to give you a bit of a pitch or a plug for my business, Verdigris Strategic. So Verdigris has two main pillars to it. We are a long-term investor. We have a pool of committed capital that we're looking to deploy into the metals and mining sector, mainly into brownfield opportunities. We are fairly metals agnostic, and we'll look at a full range of opportunities. Focus geographically is on Europe and the US at the moment, but hoping to diversify away from that. We have a team based in London and a team based in the Middle East, mainly the technical team based out of Dubai, and a financial and strategic and operational team based out of London. The other pillar to our business is business transformation and strategic advice. And we're very fortunate to have a number of our clients here today. We advise a broad range of metals producers, proper soup to nuts approach in terms of mining through to rolling, refining, extruding, and all added value. So our door is wide open for investment opportunities and for the advisory function. So what I want to talk about today is something that I'm very driven about, which is circularity in metals and mining. It's a pretty broad topic. I'm going to talk a little bit about what I consider to be the main drivers for it. And the reality in talking today is about more to do with capital allocation for this sector. I want to talk about what I see as the core principles, but then allow me a sort of a cri de coeur, a passion cry for everyone at the conference today to take some lessons learned from how Europe, I would argue, has messed up the circularity argument. And I'll put some data out there as to why I think that is the case, and hopefully make that case, which is an interesting proposition. For a bit more information on what I'm talking about, this article is in the FMF magazine. I haven't seen any today, so maybe it's sold out. But I'm sure somewhere today amongst the conference is the FMF magazine. Maybe it's an online version. But I wrote this article, and on the back of the article, I was asked to do this speech about circularity. So that's a bit of context. The reality is the way that we view circularity is a movement from mining of old, which was this take, make and dispose model, to a more evolved way of looking at metals in the economy, in the political situation that we are in, and looking at a more enlightened view of reevaluation, recycling, repurposing, and reusing. So looking at that in terms of the flow, resource conservation as a competitive advantage. Well, the resources that we have, the resources that all of the companies here today are excited about, are finite in terms of what is in the Earth's surface. But I would argue that the material that we have mined and refined and smelted and moved forward into the material that we need today is an infinite resource. This is a material that we can, for a lot of materials like aluminium or steel, there is an infinite possibility to recycling. So what is it imperative on us to do? We need to drive innovation. We need to move forward product design and manufacturing so that we can reuse materials in the space of the operating environment. We need to look at environmental and corporate leadership amongst the leaders that are here today. But in terms of what I'm talking about today, in terms of capital allocation, the two things we talk about on the slide here, the economic implications of circularity, and then unlocking new revenue streams from this focus. So economic implications of circularity are price-driven in terms of the metals that we're processing, and they're terms of OPEX-driven in terms of how we can make the process of recycling more efficient. Unlocking new revenue streams, well, the term urban mining was something very trendy a few years ago. It seems to have died out. But actually, I think urban mining is probably one of the most exciting things that we have. And no one here, as far as my walk around of this rabbit warren of presentations, is focused on this urban mining. So, in terms of the investment case for circularity, I'm going to give you a few slides that talk about why I see it as vitally important. The reality that there will be price drivers, there will be movements in demand, and there will be movements in markets and the need for domestic and local markets as we analyze this. You'll see this sort of slide, I think, very often in what people are presenting today. Robert Friedland has a much more enlightened version of it than I have here today. But I'm trying to capture a few more metals than he does with his focus on copper. What we see here is the demand gaps that are forming for all of the critical materials, and how our view out to 2030 and beyond that highlights these critical shortages. The most evident one, I think, is in copper, as you see a 20% shortfall in what we have. But the reality is that aluminium is perhaps more important because there are 3 times more tons of aluminium consumed and demanded in the developed economies. So I think the focus here in terms of recycling has got to be on the products that we are most advanced in the ability to recycle, but also the demand for those materials. So again, reinforcing this point, I picked up some data from the IEA, and there are 3 different scenarios that they talk about, and they talk about them as to how realistic they are, whether they are political ones or they are economic driven. So starting with the political ones, we see a critical materials demand expectation of growth of between 2.2 and 4x. So let's look at that. We are consuming these materials and we are saying we need more of them, and there are a bunch of miners in the room today that are going to produce a huge amount more of them. But there's still going to be a massive gap in terms of what we need versus what we have. So the other driver of circularity, and particularly when we look at today's presentation about capital allocation for circularity, is the price driver. So we in the metals and mining world have spent a lot of time obsessing about how things are moving, how things are incredibly exciting. And I hope you can see the different color scheme here, top to bottom in terms of copper, nickel, and aluminium. This has got to be a situation in terms of what the miners are going to be very excited about, but also what the recyclers, what the reusers, what the re-evaluators of this metal situation should be excited about. Declining ore grades for these key commodities are moving prices up. But actually, the ability to have an equivalent ore grade in terms of recycling is incredibly exciting. If you went to a plant where they are macerating copper wire and taking that copper wire away from an old car or an old factory of some sort, you're looking at copper wrapped in a plastic or rubber insulation. That is a 70 to 80% copper product. You compare that to the average and most exciting copper mine that people are talking about today. You know, the numbers are fractions of that. I'm not going to talk about any specific ones, but this has got to be an exciting opportunity when the prices are going up and ore grades are going down, but the recycling opportunity is becoming more prevalent. However, we are looking at an environment where the miners will talk about the gap in terms of announced investments to lift production numbers, and what I call here the investment gap, what needs to happen further. Now, what I mean by that is that there is an investment program that mining groups have talked about to expand production. There is the demand gap that I talked about a few slides earlier, but there is a huge gap going forward in terms of the difference to that. So how will we fulfill that, and what will it mean? Well, hopefully Economics 101 would tell you that it means a price increase. But there are other ways to address that. It's not just in processing lower grade material, but it's becoming better, more enlightened in terms of the evaluation process of the recycling opportunity. So when one looks at circularity, there are four key areas that I would highlight today are important in terms of evaluating the opportunity for capital allocation. Looking outside at the big trucks, there is a much more enlightened view as to how long those trucks will work for now. Going back to my earlier slide about take, make, and dispose, these trucks have the ability to have one chassis that will be recycled. You don't need to bin the whole truck and rebuild it. You have an opportunity to reuse that truck, whether a railway truck, whether it's a big digger, whether it's a front-end loader. So I think having the ability in product design to reuse key items of equipment is going to be very important. And that leads on to the next one in terms of product lifespan. So reusing the opportunity and making sure that asset is not something that you buy a new telephone and you dispose of it in 3 years' time. You are buying a key item of equipment in the mining and metal space, and you are looking for some form of eco-design with repairability and initiatives to move it forward. The third one is material recovery. So recycling has moved forward in leaps and bounds over the last decade, but particularly actually over the last 5 years. I was in a recycling plant about a month ago looking at material from cars that have been crushed and macerated and moved forward. And the ability to separate the ferrous material, the steel material, to the high calorific value material, the plastics, to the copper, to the aluminium, is amazing. And that's on scale. There's plenty of new technologies that are looking at really exciting opportunities for gold and precious metals in old computers. And that's a very niche focus. That's a fairly easy thing to do on a small scale. But actually doing it on a large scale is, and always has been, a tremendous challenge. But actually some of the optical and air sorting, some of the X-ray sorting, some of the gravitational sorting technologies have moved forward. And in terms of capital allocation, I would really encourage anyone looking at investment opportunities in the recycling world to think long and hard about some of the recycling groups that are growing up and have the ability to capture that technology and really capture value from what they're looking at. The one thing I'd say is deficient in terms of circularity, and we'll come onto it in a bit more detail in less wordy slides than these, is the provision of capital. Now, from a governmental perspective, there is lots of movement from government to bridge or level the playing field to allow people to recycle and move material forward, and to scale up these circular practices. But in terms of unlocking new investment opportunities, I don't see an excitement here today at this huge metals and mining conference about this urban mining process, about recycling, and about circularity as a whole. The reality is that mining projects are seen on a scale of infrastructure. They are massive opportunities in terms of job creation, in terms of added value, in terms of GDP growth. Recycling opportunities are not yet seen on that same lens, and I think they must be. And the example I'm going to use on Europe is somewhere where I think we've had a missed opportunity in that respect. So I know it's not strictly relevant to the Saudi conference today, but hopefully I will present a case study on what has happened in Europe over the last 2 or 3 decades as almost a cri de coeur, a passion call from me that it shouldn't happen in other developed economies in terms of the use of materials and the recycling of those materials. I'm going to focus on aluminium because I've got the most data on aluminium. And there's some other examples in steel and other relevant materials, but forgive me on focusing on aluminium for the moment. So what do you need as key ingredients for this green metals circularity focus? You need a plentiful supply of raw material, and that raw material, when you're looking at the circular economy, is scrap. You need a plentiful supply of low carbon energy, and that is something that Europe has been a leader in terms of developing, sometimes to the cost of that industrial economy. Low carbon energy is vital for this. But there are 3 other things that are more upward pressing. 1 is the technology required. 2 is the market for that material, and perhaps a premium market for that recycled or circular material. And 3rd is the the logistics to cope with it. So the collection of scrap material, the ability to house and move that material in a safe and friendly environment, and also linking logistics and markets, that people want to see that circular economy happening on their doorstep. So a bit of scene setting here. The chart you see is what I've defined as global primary aluminium production. And what I mean and how I measure primary aluminium production is smelted aluminium. So the global share of smelted aluminium in 1992 held by Europe was about 20%. It's now about 5%. The global production of aluminium in that environment has increased by 256%. So you would think that over that 30-year period, there would be an exciting opportunity for Europe as the producer of 1/5 of the world's aluminium to be continuing to do so on a profitable basis. But no, it has seen a very significant decline. So looking at that decline on, again, two different measures, the number of active European aluminium smelters has decreased from 23 in 2002 to 11 this year, probably lower than 11 actually. I struggle to think a knowledge of 11 smelters that are operating in Europe, but that was the most recent data I could give. I think some of them are more on the fringes of Europe. So we see on the right-hand scale that number of smelters, and on the left-hand scale in terms of total EU aluminium production. This is a collapse. So if you have a collapse in aluminium primary production, surely you should see something else in terms of secondary production. Particularly because demand has been very strong. Now, we have seen in Europe a 190% increase in aluminium demand over that same period, 190%. But if you look at the right-hand chart here, you'll see that 9% of primary production is a very telling number. It is the collapse we saw on the previous slides. Whereas total recycling has increased a bit, but nowhere near enough. Where is the big increase coming from? It's coming from a trebling of imports. So this is a very depressing picture in terms of production collapse and recycling not picking up. You compare that to steel as a good comparison from aluminium. Whereas we've seen aluminium production decreasing by 67% in Europe, you've seen steel production only decreasing by 6%. One would argue that primary production of metals is going to decrease in a high-cost environment. So I think 6% is probably a representation of that, but not a 2/3 collapse in one materials production. So this is quite an interesting data set, and let me just unpack it a little bit. So the first chart here is showing that if you are moving your primary production away from a low carbon environment to a higher carbon environment, you are arguably offshoring your carbon footprint. So the production of aluminium in Europe at the 11 smelters or so that are still operating is 6.7, whereas in China it's 20. If you recycle that aluminium, you're fractioning that to 0.5. This has got to be a compelling advantage to moving Europe forward in terms of that primary production or in terms of recycling. So you then look at the second chart here. 93% reduction in emissions if you're recycling. Again, a very compelling argument to the growth of recycling within Europe and doing this within the EU 27 countries. Then looking at CO2 emissions for primary aluminium production relative to recycled aluminium. It doesn't feature obviously on the right-hand scale, but again, I think the numbers are highly compelling in terms of the argument we're trying to make. So we're building up a case here that says we should be doing more circular aluminium production in Europe. So what happens to the aluminium that we are producing in Europe? Where is it going? It's quite a hard data set to capture. Most of that production is going to India, a huge amount to Europe's neighbor in Turkey. And depressingly, if you look at the only data set I could find in terms of what European aluminium is publishing, in 2021, we imported 6.4 million tons of aluminium, whereas our export numbers are considerably higher than that. The number there is, I think, slightly misrepresenting the total number because you can't capture this data. It's a large amount of it is under the radar. So if that number is being underplayed, why are we moving that material overseas? Why are we offshoring that carbon footprint? And that comes back to my real point about the reliance on that import environment, and where is the need for capital allocation, the main topic we're talking about today. It's what I would describe as the melt margin. We are trying to make a profitable picture for aluminium. We're trying to make sure that there is a non-reliance on imports, and trying to make sure that we can profitably melt the material in the EU. So why do we focus on aluminium? I told you there's a demand gap. Why is the demand gap? Because aluminium is absolutely critical to the green transition. And if you look at any forecast demand picture for aluminium, whether it's in the transport sector, whether it's in construction, or whether it's in other, you will see a very large demand growth. Here we talk about semi-finished products, 12.7 million tons to 17.5 million tons. The other thing that is important for industry to note in terms of the need for circularity, or the importance of circularity, is an impact to local supply chains from global macroeconomic and political factors. We all know very well the Baltimore Port Bridge collapsed the supply chain in the US for a long time. We've got complexities in the Red Sea. We've got the Panama Canal having water. These are all minor issues in terms of the global supply chain, but really important when you're talking about local factors and an increased focus on what should be a domestic picture for circularity. So, going forward, we talk about something called the aluminium drain, but the reality is it could be the copper drain, it could be any other metal, and we are increasing the importance for that need of circularity. Aluminium consumption going up, the 40% increase we see in that. Primary aluminium in that domestic or local economy of Europe coming down. Recycling is not keeping up, and that material is being exported and recycled somewhere else, and we're buying it back as a finished good at a higher price. So, lessons learned. What can government to do about this? The European plan, the Critical Minerals Act that was put in place, looks about various measures, 10% for extraction, the zero mining in Europe. We know that. In terms of what processing is done within Europe, they are expecting 40%, it's only 23%. Recycling, they actually talk about a very exciting number, but it's mainly used beverage cans, not enough for construction and transport. Reduced reliance. This is a bit of an abstract here, because 70% of the material that is smelted in Europe comes from Guinea. So let's focus on the recycling angle. Under the Critical Raw Materials Act, there is a process of education. There is a consideration of tariffs. Can we limit the export of scrap to make it more economic by tariffs to be recycled locally? This is definitely an area that needs more prioritization. It's definitely an area that needs more R&D. But and improving scrap quality with programs like the Deposit Return Scheme in Europe are good initiatives. But the reality is it does need more financial support. The question is, does that financial support merit the investment? Well, again, this is a program where government needs to level the playing field. I'm not going to go through them in enormous detail because I'm conscious of time. But the current situation is depressing. EU legislation is not going to change that from what is currently on the table. However, we are in an economy, we are in a political situation here in Saudi where things are different. The government is trying to actively encourage investment opportunities in recycling. I found this on a number of occasions in terms of what the kingdom is trying to present. this is an opportunity that Saudi Invest presented a few years ago, where they're talking about support for a brand new scrap recycling plant, 120,000 tons, with an expected IRR of 49%. That is a compelling investment in circularity. This is something which I would encourage everyone looking at investment opportunities, is evidence that there is government support to avoid the pitfalls of what has happened in Europe as the Saudi economy grows, as the Saudi economy evolves, where we can find a good place for capital allocation in circularity. So, I hope I've made a good case as to why circularity matters. It matters to all of us, whether from a financial perspective or from a responsibility for our children and grandchildren. I hope I've talked a little bit about why there are strong drivers of circularity, and particularly in regards to capital allocation in terms of the proposition we're all facing today in terms of where we're investing. And I hope I've not been too depressing about what has happened in Europe and what can be lessons learned and what Europe may be able to fix, but I think what Saudi is doing better. So, circularity needs capital allocation, it needs investment, and I hope I've made a case that that investment can be supported. I'm being told I'm wrapping up. Have we got time for Q&A, or are we? Any questions, guys? No, it must be a perfect presentation. Oh.
Thank you. You mentioned that the number of smelters are declining in Europe.
Sorry.
The number of smelters in Europe is declining.
Yes.
Is there a major reason for that? Is the energy cost? Is it the what's the main reason behind that?
So I'd say it's almost a collapse rather than a decline. So it went from nearly 30 to, on that data set, 11. I think it's more like 6 or 7 today. It's a whole range of factors. As you say, energy costs. I would, being somewhat cynical, I would say that the old adage that America innovates, China replicates, and Europe legislates. There is a lot of legislation in Europe that is prohibitive to investments. I used to own and run Europe's largest aluminium smelter, and actually moving it forward in terms of optimization of industrial growth was a real challenge. We had a core focus on monitoring our carbon footprint and making sure that our customers understood that we had a premium product, but it came at a higher cost. But that higher cost is not reflective in any product premium as of yet. So if you have a higher cost position and you don't have a product premium for that greener and lower carbon material, it's very hard to operate a smelter. Great. Thank you very much, everybody. Good to speak. My friend, how are you?
Good to see you. Yeah, I love your aluminium drain.
It's a depressing story.
Hello? Okay.
Yes.
Now I can hear myself. Well, thank you for joining us at the lunch hour. I know some of you must be very hungry. There's a lot to do here, but we appreciate that you've taken the time to come to this panel. To start off, I need to make an announcement that we have translators in Arabic and English in the back left-hand corner. If you need a translator, they're back there for you. So just walk back there to the table and they can help you out. Today, we're going to be speaking about the challenges with mineral production, and in particular, the role that innovation and technology plays in addressing those challenges. My name is Shivani Torres. I'm with New Lab. New Lab is a venture platform for critical technologies. Essentially, what we do is we accelerate the technologies that the world needs faster. And we're here today. We have 25 companies, incredible companies, at the International Exhibition area. So if you have time to walk over to that area and walk through, we're right there at the front. We'd love to be able to showcase the companies that we have with respect to exploration, with respect to mineral processing, with respect to traceability. So please come by our booth. I'm joined here by a great panel of guests. I've got Andre Figueira from SR Capital. I've got Doug Morrison from SEMI. I've got Dustin Angelo from Novamera. And I've got Peter Bryant from Clario. I'm going to go ahead and let them introduce themselves, tell you a little bit about themselves. And the way this panel is going to go is we're going to start by talking about problems and challenges with mineral production for the first 10 minutes. And then we'll switch over into opportunities, opportunities globally to address these challenges, as well as opportunities specifically here in the kingdom. We'll save the last few minutes for Q&A. And with that, I'll pass it over to you, Andre.
Hello. Welcome. Thanks for coming. So my name is Andre. I have about 20 years of experience in mining, 18 years with Vale, where I was strategy, investor relations, sales, and I recently joined the SAR.
Excellent. Doug.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Morrison. I've spent the last 40 years in the mining industry, 15 years in production in the Canadian mines in Sudbury, Ontario for nickel and copper, another 15 years as a consultant, and now the last 12 years back in Sudbury doing innovation in ore production, but also in tailings and waste management.
Good afternoon. My name is Dustin Angelo. I'm a co-founder and CEO of Novamera, and I've got about 20 years of mining experience. At Novamera, what we're doing is we've helped mining companies unlock new mining opportunities. So what does that mean? Well, we've developed data-driven hardware and software solutions that enable mining companies to surgically extract mineral deposits. So precision mining, using downhole sensors and drilling equipment. So we're able to help them unlock deposits that have been stranded because they're not economic to use conventional mining methods. So we're able to help mining companies add more production, add more supply to the market, and we do that in all the data-driven technological way.
Yeah, hi, I'm Peter Bryant, board chair for Clario. So my background for the last 20 years, my firm has been designing, activating innovation systems for the mining industry, oil and gas, and the energy sector globally. Myself, I sit on the boards of several startups around the US where I'm based, as well as on 2 venture fund boards. Prior to that, I've spent actually 25 years in the enterprise software industry, a student of innovation across sectors, and been a vocal voice for the last 20 years around mining innovation and some of the headwinds that we need to overcome. So look forward to this. Yep.
Great. So let's get started with you, Dustin. In your perspective, what challenges do you see with mineral production?
Oh, well, I don't think we have enough time for all that, but you know, with mineral production these days, I mean, there's a lot of issues around you know, permitting and license to operate. There's issues around finding more metals and minerals. The ability to find that low-hanging fruit anymore is pretty much gone. And so you're getting lower grades as well. So there's a lot of things that are influencing either their internal or externalities to the mining industry that's impeding the ability to meet supply. I mean, we all know that there's a massive amount of critical minerals and metals that we need over the coming decades to meet a lot of these audacious goals out there. And it's going to be really difficult because of all these different issues that are happening that are making it very hard for mining companies, conventional mining, right, to be able to meet these supply demands.
Got it. And Doug, I know that you have a perspective. What role does innovation play in addressing these challenges? And can you speak more about the function of SEMI?
Well, the fundamental problem is the fact that innovation is not playing a role in the way ore is produced. I was involved in my early career in the early 80s when we made the transition from very manually intensive selective mining methods with very small handheld drills, and we changed over now to the equipment that we have now, which are large ITH machines, LHDs, large trucks, etc. That transition was made by 1985. That technology platform has not changed in the last 40 years. There is no other sector in the economy that is using a technology platform that is 40 years old. Simple fact. And the same fact exists for the tailings and waste management practices that we have today, have been in place for 40 years. Waste management for all of us, for every sector of the economy, has changed dramatically as we now divert our waste, our metal, our plastic, etc. The waste management practices of the industry have not changed one iota in 40 years. Tailings goes in one pipe from the mill to the tailings pond, and no other change has happened. No other industry could get away with this in the modern era, and this is the crunch that we're all confronting now. So we have to change our production practices, and we have to change our waste management practices. Fact.
You've also mentioned to me in the past that really the big issue is, it's not that there isn't innovation, it's that there's not adoption. So can you speak a little bit to why the industry hasn't changed, why we don't see?
Well, yes, that's absolutely true. There is lots of innovation. We're actually funding 50 companies right now with $160 million of innovation across Canada, addressing several of these issues. The problem is adoption by, certainly not by the large major mining corporations. You have a better chance with the mid-tier companies, but the best chance of all is actually with the smallest mining companies, because they're the hungriest to improve their business. The larger corporations are more resistant to change, and those are just the facts of life. And so our dilemma is, how do we move the creation that is the creative solutions that are developed in small to medium-sized enterprises in the economy, and have those scale up to have an impact on the overall production system. So there are lots of innovations that are happening, but they tend to die at the very final stage of what we call TRL 7, 8, 9, because they can't become commercially viable. So our little MICA network, Mining Innovation Commercialization Accelerator, is funding those small companies to get to the other side so that they actually have a commercially viable service or product that the industry can adopt and use to improve its business. Yeah. And what we discovered 35 years ago is, when we were making the mining companies much safer, many of my bosses at the time said, well, we can't really afford all this safety stuff. This is going to put us out of business. That was not true. What we discovered by improving the safety conditions in our mines is safer mines are actually better businesses.
Yeah.
It's a more disciplined business, and your business improves when you improve the quality of the work that gets done.
I want to bring Andre and Peter into this discussion, because you've mentioned that you have these technologies that maybe go from TRL 1 to TRL 7, but ultimately to get to commercial scale, there's a lot of support that needs to be put around these companies. Support in the form of capital to ultimately drive adoption, as well as the mining houses seeing this technology being applied at scale so they can understand how this technology will fit into their production. Andre, do you have some comments here?
Yeah. Just this morning I saw the market cap of the largest 10 mining companies in the world. It's around $750 billion. Only Apple is $3.5 trillion. Yeah. Tesla is $1.3 trillion. When you look at Tesla, when you look at Apple, they need all these minerals and metals that are being produced by mining companies. But somehow the market is not really in favor of the mining. And to Doug's point, in the last years, there's so much attention paid to health and safety, to tailings management. But there is an issue that sometimes we forget. We like to talk a lot about copper and nickel because they are related to energy transition, but we forget about iron ore. When you look at the steel business, 8 to 9% of all CO2 emissions come from the steel business. So the word decarbonization, it's as relevant as any transition world, let's say. And iron ore and high-grade iron ore is key for that. When you look at the mine sites, the grade is depleting. The highest the grade of iron ore, the lowest the consumption, the emission of CO2. So companies like SR, which I'm working with now, it's investing alone $2 billion in the US to produce the highest grade form of iron ore. But we need more. And this, the industry, I think needs, as Doug mentioned, needs more adoption, maybe it needs more funding, more favored regulations. Of course, it has to do its part as well, but I think it's a collective effort, and I think FMF and all the leaders are here. The voice has to be heard about how to help mining improve and adopt and innovate as fast as we need.
Thank you. Peter, I want to go to you.
Sure. Yeah, okay, I'll just jump in, shall I? Yeah.
Jump right in.
So I'd actually like to frame how I think about innovation and the challenges. So first, I think if we look at existing mining, and this is building off everyone else's comments, fundamentally how we mine today is too energy, water, and waste intensive. It is absolutely unsustainable. So one innovation challenge is within the existing mining methods, how do we reduce that intensity dramatically? So that's one. Two is then for new deposits, including brownfields, how do we come up with entire new methods of mining, like what Nova Mera is doing, that's less waste, less water, less energy, because tailing dams, nobody wants a tailing dam anywhere near them in a community, honestly don't, and even dry tailings. So we fundamentally have to change as an industry, but the outlook is not positive in my view, because to enable these kind of innovations, you just need to look at any other sector. It requires vast pools of venture capital. We lack venture capital, particularly in the BC growth rounds. Adoption's a problem. That sends a signal back to the venture community that the total addressable market of mining is not that large. And my last point is that's why I would encourage startups to rethink business models. Mere licensing or selling of tech is not a fundamentally scalable business model that's going to attract investors. So you see with Lilac, which is a DLE, direct lithium extraction, I'm on their board, or Cobalt, VerAI, they are all tapping into royalty streams from the minerals that they help extract. That drives the revenue growth. It's almost like a SaaS model. So you have an annuity that grows with production. I think every company needs to adopt a variation of that to be actually meaningful. But if we don't get venture capital in, and the mining industry needs to lean into this, we're just going to end up with all these small startups as we have for the last few decades, and we're not going to change what fundamentally needs to change.
I want to switch gears a bit now. We set the stage, we talked about the context. We know that innovation is maybe happening, but there really aren't the conditions to create true innovation. There's not patient capital, it's not well funded all the way through the stages of idea to commercialization. And ultimately there is this element of circularity, sustainability, and we need to be a little bit more creative around the business models that can really drive this ecosystem of innovation and ultimately the ability to produce and extract more minerals. Yeah. So I want to kick it back to the panel and ask, what opportunity does the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Superior region, represent to address some of these challenges that we've discussed? And Peter, I'll kick it back to you to get started.
I appreciate it. Well, I've been involved with FMS since its inception and worked closely with the Kingdom and the government. And I think they, Minister Bandar and Vice Minister Khalid often talk about modern mining. And I think if they can lean into the innovation centers and invest the capital, similar to what they've done in the oil and gas industry, with key collaborations with oil service companies and the Western oil majors, then we may have a shot at this, because they could maybe inject the necessary capital and collaboration efforts, but that's still playing out, if you like. So I think they have a key role to play, and hopefully 2025 years the year of action, which is what this is about. Yeah. So I think they have a key role to play to achieve their ambition.
Thank you. Dustin, representing the startup's perspective here, can you share a little bit with the audience about the opportunity that you see for companies like yours to do business in the kingdom? And what do you want to say to the audience about how they can engage you, a company like yours, in ultimately addressing the challenges that we've discussed?
Yeah, I think this is a great opportunity for a company like ours. This, the idea of driving more innovation, I get the sense in Saudi Arabia that there's a real desire to be innovative and be on the leading edge and cutting edge. Also, get the sense too that it's longer term patient capital. We talked about this before. Like we need to be able to, especially as a startup, you need a lot more time. Hard tech, deep tech, it takes a lot more time to create the technology, to find the markets, to get your product market fit, to figure all those things out. So you need environments where you can do that. And frankly, with Saudi Arabia, the opportunity to be able to, it's almost like a clean slate. There's no legacy issues from decades and decades of way things were done in the Western world in terms of mining. So the opportunity to really embrace innovation, and make that sort of a leading characteristic in driving investment and desire to be here. For us, that's what we need. We need folks that want to invest and take the chance earlier on in technology and be more patient capital so that we can figure all these things out. We can figure out a better system that we're putting together. We can figure out the product market fit. All these things, they take time, and we need places that are able and willing to do that.
Great, thank you. Yeah. I'll say a little bit about New Lab. So I mentioned before we're a venture platform, but ultimately our model is to structure P3, so private-public partnerships in which we're engaging industry and government to create the conditions locally that can drive innovation from ideation all the way through commercialization. Doug, CEMI, the Center for Mining and Excellence in Canada, has an accelerator, MICA, which ultimately funded Novamera. And can you speak a little bit about the importance of having industry and government at the table to create the conditions to drive innovation forward?
Well, it really is. It's the government in Canada that promoted the idea of moving the innovation agenda forward faster. The problem is that as you get stuck in what's called the valley of death when you're developing a business, the longer you stay there, the more likely you are not to be successful. The biggest single advantage that exists in the kingdom, I believe, is that you're not constrained by the paradigms of the past. It's the mindset that has existed for the last 20, 30 years in the conventional mining industry. The fact is, if you look at gold, copper, and nickel, those three commodities are mined at 1% grade, 2% grade, 3% grade. That means at least 97% of all the material excavated to produce gold, copper, and nickel is classified as waste. It is not waste. It is also a commodity. It is not a commodity that a gold mining company, copper mining company, or nickel mining company is interested in processing into a viable commodity. But it is a resource. We have to move away from the idea of using 1% of the resource and leaving the other 97%, especially leaving it in a highly toxic pond of waste, which is no longer desirable to even some of the poorest communities in the world. That is the fundamental shift that has to take place, and it's a fundamental shift in business thinking. The fact is, the demand for metals is increasing because of the demand for electrification. You cannot make electrification be successful if the price of copper goes higher. The price of copper right now means that electric technologies are more expensive than fossil fuel technologies. You cannot defeat carbon with more expensive metals. So executives who say we can have more investment and more mines if we have higher prices, that's a myopic point of view. Every business has two halves. One is the price that you get for your product, and the other half is the cost that you used to produce it. We never hear mining executives talking in any significant terms of reducing the cost of production. And that's because most have very little experience of the actual business itself. And so they have no idea how to reduce their cost of production because they're lawyers and accountants who have no knowledge of the actual process. Those of us who are technocrats understand what could be done.
Yeah.
But executives don't take that advice, and you cannot say if we have higher prices, we'll produce more copper. Higher price copper loses to lower price fossil fuels.
Great. I'm going to stop you there just so we have time. So I'll let I think it's very important to change the dialogue around mining. And Andre, you and I we were talking about the narrative around mining. You've got a whole generation of people that love the devices, the environments in which they interact with, which are powered by minerals, but at the same time feel very negatively towards the concept of the mining industry. Can you leave us with this thought before we go into Q&A?
Yeah, I was talking to her about my daughters, right? They love iPhones, they love electric cars, but they hate mining, right? They have been exposed to things that happened in the past. Although the industry has changed a lot, and I've seen it from inside, there is still maybe a lack of communications, right? And all these issues with tailings disposal, with affecting communities, has left the impression that mine is not a good place to be, which is the opposite, right? Mine is driving innovation. Mine is driving the electric revolution. Okay, if we have an iPhone, it's because of mining, right? So I think there is from one hand, we need the mining business, which, for example, like I mentioned aside, investing in something that's beneficial to the world. The product they will produce, combined with the investment they're making here in Saudi Arabia, emits 50% less carbon than a blast furnace in China or in Brazil. So this is a real contribution to the world, but people don't know that. And as I mentioned before, if you combine all the 10 mining companies' market cap, it's half of Tesla. How come, right? So, I mean, there's a lot to advance, but there's a lot of understanding about what mining does and the benefits of mining to society in general.
Thank you. All right, I think we have 4 minutes for questions. I believe they're going to pass around the microphone. Does anyone have a question that they want to throw out to this panel? A question around challenges facing mineral production, or a question about... We have it's coming. Sorry, I snapped. Right here, right here.
That front row.
Front row.
Front row.
Front row.
Front row.
This gentleman.
First, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So my question is, there is two parts. The first part is you talk about the reluctance of the big players to adopt to be innovative. And we know usually they are the one who should lead the industry to change the mining method. So from your point of view, what can trigger this resistance from the big player? Is it because of the mining industry is not so economically bankable, or what can explain this one? My second question is for the panel. I mean, we can see actually the trend of the demand of the metals for the energy transition is very high. The new deposits, most likely the trend will be a low grade. It's no more maybe the 1%. The trend will be 0.4, 0.5, 0.6, and we are going to produce much more waste. With the new requirement of ESG, how can you see the industry going forward to combine the low-grade mining with the new additional requirement for the ESG?
I'll just jump in there quickly.
Go ahead, Peter.
One is, if you look at every other industry that's been disrupted, like in Novemera, the existing incumbents are never the people that adopt it. Every industry, our lessons are new players enter the industry, do the disruption, and then the big players acquire them. Look at unconventional oil and gas. The major oil companies didn't believe it would work. Okay, and unconventional gas was unleashed by a bunch of new companies that have now been rolled up and are significant. And your second point, sorry, what was the second question? That was?
ESG.
ESG. I think one of the grand innovation challenges, because green premiums are a dream, is how can we responsibly extract and process at the lowest possible price? And we're nowhere near that, because ESG requirements lay on more cost. And the market doesn't want green premiums, they're not going to pay. So that's a huge challenge.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
I think we have time for one more question.
Thank you, how are you? Really great panel discussion. I apologize, I forgot your name, gentleman in the middle, but a lot of what you were saying was resonating with me. And early on in my mining career, back in 2015, I was part of a company called BHP and led a team called Precision Mining. And a lot of the focus of our team was to, one, reduce C1 cost, and seeing the challenges that were there, we started focusing on change management. So I would love to know from you, in your experience, I mean, you were around in the 80s, what do you think is still going wrong? Given that there was so much focus on reducing C1, so lowering our cost with technologies and surgically mining, in addition to a focus on change management to implement appropriately and holistically, what do you feel is still the big challenge given that we're putting so much money into it?
Okay,
Thank you.
So for most of my career, there was no such thing as change management. Management came in and said, we're doing this now, get started, and there was no assistance for any process to make that easier to adopt. So that's most of my experience with change management. There isn't any. And second of all, we do it particularly badly. We seem to be able to find ways to create disincentives for the workforce to change the way they do things. People will always want to continue to do what they've always done if you leave that alone. So for an executive to say, well, I'd like to try that out, but my operators are not asking for that. Your operators will never ask for that change because that's what operators do. They do the same thing every day and get paid, and they're very happy to do that. Executive management is supposed to be about improving your business, and you have to find the techniques that will work. Sometimes it's really, really simple. We had the all-electric mine in 1984, and they changed the bonus system for the men who were operating the machine and gave them less bonus for using the electric machines than they did for using the diesel machines. And what do you think happened? The productivity declined, they effectively sabotaged the transition, and that was a management decision. Do you think perhaps if they had given them a few more cents incentive to run the electric machines, they would have been tremendously successful in 1984? So we seem to continue to find ways to screw this up. And it means taking a direct focus on the human element in the change that has to happen. That's where the problem lies. There is an easier way to do that because in many operations, our highest cost is labor, and automation of the equipment systems is really the way of the future. Most young people today do not want to be driving a truck. They would like to be programming the machines to drive themselves. And that is the future of the industry. It also means, because coding is agnostic to all ethnic diversity and gender diversity, it means that the industry no longer stays dominated by people that look like me versus the broader sweep of humanity.
And
that's the future.
A very quick compliment, taking my
10
experience.
seconds.
No, go ahead.
15 seconds, because we're already 5
Another
minutes.
reason that they focus on cost and volume is because every 3 months they have to report results. All these companies are listed either in New York or in London, and they are measured by the financial market on how they perform on volume, on cost, on margins. Okay, so if you have all this pressure to think short term, how come you're going to think so longer term? Okay, that's why maybe innovation gets delayed and pushed until a point where there's no way not to adopt. But that's probably one of the reasons you see this going forward. I was there in this events report, and I could see how people are frightened to report those numbers. And if they're not in line, your stock drops immediately. And then, if you're a CEO, you're gone.
Well, so on that, in summary, it's about the human elements and designing the right incentives to encourage the right behaviors. And I want to thank our great panelists for this lively discussion and for the questions from the audience. Thank you all for taking the time on this panel, and look forward to speaking to you all after this event.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job, guys. Yes.
Good job, guys.
changeover, but thank you for coming. I really have no idea why they asked me to talk about the lessons from the space, because really it's the lessons that have not been learned from the space industry or by the space industry or by us. We all know that we live and work in a capitalist system where we talk about the time value of money, but we mostly talk about cost, not about time. Very little discussion about time. But in a system, a capitalist system, where we are talking about the time value of money, time is a critical factor that is never discussed. So that's why we're going to go with this conversation. It's only a little bit about space, and it's mostly about mining and how mining also has to change. Unfortunately, one of my beliefs is that we cannot make mining equipment, mining trucks, bigger. We just can't. Therefore, we have to make them smaller. And we have to make them more effective at doing what they do by being smaller. But since I live and work in North America, nobody is interested in a smaller truck. And so that's just a fact of life. So that's not going to be a successful conversation to have. The place, however, that you might be able to persuade people to use smaller vehicles are those people who want to go to the moon and do things on the moon. Not because they want to use small vehicles on the moon. Some people actually do want to use giant machines on the moon, but that's too difficult to lift off from Earth. So the only machines that can go there are small. So here we are. This is what my organization does. We're the Center for Excellence in Mining Innovation, and we have the Mining Innovation and Commercialization Accelerator to move small, medium-sized enterprises through the valley of death into producing commercially viable products and services that can improve the performance of the mining industry. We have 6 little organizations across Canada to help us do that. And you can see the 4 themes that we have is to increase our productivity, reduce the amount of energy that we use autonomous equipment systems, and also reduce our environmental footprint by changing the way we manage tailings. We won't talk about tailings at all today. We're going to talk about the moon just to start with. Now, the problem with these pictures is they're all a fantasy. That cannot happen on the moon. It's simply not possible. You can see on the top right-hand corner this giant heavy lift rocket sitting on the lunar surface. The lunar surface is made out of dust. And the plume that would be driven by that huge rocket landing on the moon would probably go 350 kilometers in every direction, because the moon has no atmosphere to stop the dust from being blown 350 kilometers away. So no rocket like that could actually land on the moon and stay that way. It would probably create a huge crater of its own and then fall over. So complete fantasy. All of these other things are also a complete fantasy. And here's why. And also, the other thing is I'm only talking about the moon because it's the closest. Why? You remember that Elon Musk has been talking a great deal about going to Mars. I don't think he talks very much about that anymore. And the main reason, I think, is because the travel time to Mars is about 10 months. The travel time to the moon is 3 days. So if you can't make it work on the moon, why would you even think about trying to take it to Mars? You can't get there from here. Second of all, on the lunar surface, things that you and I on Earth call falling stars are actually pieces of rock. And because the moon doesn't have an atmosphere, those pieces of rock that fall from the sky on the moon don't burn up in the atmosphere because there isn't one. They just land with a clunk wherever they land. And if that's on your nice, cute little buildings on the surface, they're just going to puncture a hole in that system. Unless it's clad by very thick protective material, the micrometeorites will just break through and punch a hole in your building. Second of all, there's cosmic radiation constantly on the lunar surface, so it's a very unhealthy place to be. And then you have the temperature variations, which are severe. Far, far more severe than going from Canada, where right now in my hometown in Canada, the temperature is minus 21 degrees. In the summertime here, it would be well over 40 degrees here. That is a minute temperature change compared to the moon. And why? That's the unstable dust there. Here's why. The operating time on the surface of the moon is about 4 hours every 28 days, because nobody could tolerate standing on the lunar surface for any longer than that. And here's why. Because the daytime temperature, and daytime on the moon, is 14 days in a row of continuous sunlight. And the temperature during the daytime is 120 degrees centigrade. So nobody wants to work on the surface of the moon for 14 days in a row in 120 degrees centigrade, second of all. And the nighttime temperature, I'm sorry, I said 230 degrees, it's minus 230 degrees. So the temperature between daytime and nighttime on the surface of the moon changes 350 degrees, from plus 120 to minus 230. So nobody is driving a rover on the surface of the moon ever for more than an hour and a half. You've seen the movies like I have seen of the moonwalks. Every moonwalk you have ever seen on the surface of the moon happens at twilight or dusk. And that happens every 14 days. And the reason for that is because every hour and a half is the length of time you have that the temperature on the surface of the moon is actually humanly tolerable, in between 120 and minus 230. So none of that is ever going to happen on the surface of the moon. So let's leave the moon behind for a little while and talk about underground mines, which is where I started my career 40 years ago. You see this little machine on the top left. I used to operate one of those machines for about 3 weeks. I was very happy to leave it to my colleagues to continue working with this machine, because I still had all my fingers and my head on my shoulders, because this machine can take your head right off. And it did for many, many people, just not me. So I was happy to see that when we changed over in 1985 to the machine on the right-hand side, that's the big LHD, and the problem with that machine is that about 90% of the time we're moving the equipment and we're moving the material in the bucket, but the pile of ore that we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to create is not touched for more than 10% of the day. That pile remains there, and it's a simple calculation. I don't do AI, I have no algorithms. My technique is called arithmetic. And if I dig into the muck pile with my LHD for 30 seconds, and I drive 2 minutes to the dump, spend 30 seconds to dump, and come back again, that total cycle time is 5 minutes. And out of the 5 minutes, the pile remained untouched by any piece of equipment for 4.5 minutes out of 5 minutes. The task here is not to move the machine, the task is to move the pile. But the pile is not being moved 90% of the time. We are moving the machine, and it's really great to see that, and you'll listen to equipment operators who say that the most important thing is the utilization of the equipment. No, it's not. The most important thing in a mining operation is the utilization of the ore. That's your job, is to move the pile, not to move the machine. So, this machine on the left uses 15% of the time to move the machine, and 85% of the time is moving the payload. It's just moving the muck from the front of the machine to the back of the machine without moving the machine. And then when it's full, then you have to move. But the really important factor is this one. That machine weighs 1 ton, and it carries 4 tons. The machine on the right carries 10 tons, and the machine weighs 30 tons, and it comes back empty with another 30 tons. So for every 10 tons you move with the machine on the right, you move 60 tons of machine. And what that means is that 80% of the fuel that you burned in that machine was to move the machine, and 20% of the fuel that you burned in that trip was to move the product. So what you have to decide is, are you in the machine moving business, or are you in the product moving business? Because if you're in a really deep underground mine, you need to be in the product moving business and not be in the machine moving business. And for the last 40 years, this machine was developed in 1985, we have been in the machine moving business, and we're still in the machine moving business. And you would say, well, this is underground, it's not really relevant for big open pits, because, you know, it's different. Actually, no, it isn't. Here you can see rows and rows of trucks going back and forth. It is slightly different for the trucks, because the truck, the mass of the truck, is exactly the same as the material, the mass of the material in the back of the truck. But you can see on the left-hand side, there's all the empty trucks going back again on their own. So, in this case, it's not 80% of the fuel being used to move the truck. It's only 75% of the fuel to move the truck. And 25% of the fuel is being used to move your product. So what is your business? Is your business moving product, or is your business moving machines? Right now, we are firmly in the machine moving business, and we shouldn't be. Ore, like this, in any mining operation, is the lowest value density material in the entire industrial complex, because at every stage that ore is upgraded in value. If we're moving the lowest value density material with an expensive material moving system, we're losing money. And that's why, over the last 30 years, we have slowly been going out of business. It's just getting faster now, because we're deeper, and the mines are older, and the process of going out of business is accelerating. And there is an end point. And so, here you go from 75%, and I guess, and so we did a competition. On the left-hand side, you can see there's a NASA challenge in 2011, And our little university in Sudbury won that competition in 2011. And in 2011, because this small Canadian university won the NASA competition for MIT, Stanford, all the big universities in the States, NASA, for the next 11 years, did not allow non-US universities to compete in the competition. Therefore, for 11 years in a row, only American universities could win the competition. They changed it again in 2022, and again, our little university in Sudbury went back into the competition. The competition was to move 10 meters, move regolith 10 meters lateral and 3 meters vertically, and move 10 kilos in an hour. None of the other 6 finalists managed to move 10 kilos in an hour. Our little university was able to move 10 kilos, and they moved the 10 kilos in 11 minutes. Not in an hour, in 11 minutes, and they used an Archimedes screw to move the regolith. And that is technology from 265 BC. Not high tech, no algorithms, no AI was involved in this process whatsoever. Simple arithmetic designed to say, this is the easiest way to move dust on the surface of the moon. And it is. Very low energy, very low mass, and very effective. So why is that relevant today? Because the Archimedes screw is also called a spiral conveyor. So it's a conveying system, but it's not a conveyor belt. It is a conveying system to move low-value material on the surface of the moon. So what we could have done, instead of making the change to this machine on the right, the top right, we could have moved to this machine, which is on the bottom right, because that is called a continuous loading machine. And when you see what it does is it's scraping the material into the jaws of the machine. Inside the machine there's a little steel conveyor, and that machine is moving product at 450 tons an hour. Now, the reason it's moving that material at that speed is only because the conveyor is actually only 0.8 of a meter wide. The machine is actually 2.3 meters wide. And the reason it's 2.3 meters wide is because it has a cab on the side, which means you can't make the machine more than 2 meters wide in the kind of drifts, the tunnels that we have in these mines. So the cab is forcing the conveyor to be small. You'll see how we can change that in the future. It's actually 3 times more ore at only 20% of the energy, because the only moving component in this machine on the bottom right is the small conveyor inside the body of the machine. So that is moving, the moving metal is about 25% of the mass of the product that's being moved. In the case of the top right, it is 6 times the mass of the material that's being moved. So that's why it's much more cost effective. And what you need to do then, if you're moving the material at 450 tons an hour, you just need to keep the material moving at 450 tons an hour. And if you make it completely autonomous, you can change it to do that. So there's no cab. You can make the conveyor wider, and now you can move 900 tons an hour very easily indeed. And that means you're now moving 18,000 tons per day rather than 3,000 tons per day. This is the difference between automation of the machines that we have now, like in the top right, versus automation. Automating the machine on the right, what you do in the red label there says you reduce the direct labor because that is the operator that drives the vehicle. But the efficiency of the machine is exactly the same, the fuel consumption is exactly the same, the maintenance team, which is 2.5 times more expensive than the driver, the maintenance team is also exactly the same as it was before. Nothing else has changed. So you eliminate the driver, but you do not eliminate any of the other costs. If you go to automation, you change the design entirely. You eliminate the direct labor because nobody needs to drive it. You reduce the maintenance labor because the only maintenance labor is to change the conveyor. And finally, you increase the process efficiency. And so you end up with a system that is roughly 30 times more cost effective than the machine in the top right-hand corner. So why don't we do that? Because we've been very comfortable using trucks for the last 40 years, and nobody really wants to change if they don't have to change. And so we continue to use the systems that we use, and if we continue to do that, that's what we have to do. The reason I'm talking about this in terms of the mines is because I cannot sell that small machine on the right-hand side here to big mining companies. But I can sell the idea to people who want to do productivity on the moon. Because in order to get the machine off the surface of the Earth, it has to be very small and very light, and when it gets to the moon, we can make sure that it's very, very cost-effective to do the work that needs to be done. So that's what we can do. We can actually make that work that way and make that happen. So here's where we have this we could have a completely autonomous, low-energy, modular design system. You have to protect people from the conditions that exist on the surface of the moon, because none of the photographs that you've seen about what happens on the moon can possibly happen. In exactly the same way as some of the sessions we were talking about this morning said, all we need to attract more investment to the copper mining business or the nickel mining business, all we need is a higher price for copper, and we'll get more investment. The reason we have the high demand for copper today is to electrify the economy. Electrifying the economy means producing technologies that use electricity that are less expensive than the technologies that use fossil fuels, because we're trying to displace some fossil fuel from the economy and replace it with electric technology. You cannot replace low-cost carbon technology with higher metal prices that produce higher electricity systems. Because right now, most of us in this room probably do not drive an electric car, because an electric car is much more expensive than a gasoline car. And if you make my electric car more expensive, with more expensive copper, I will be even less likely to buy an electric car, and so will everybody else. So higher prices for metals means we actually kill the demand for more metals, because nobody will make the transition to an electric economy, to a low-carbon economy, because this is not an open competition. We're competing against the cost of carbon and the impact that carbon has on our environment. And so that's the transition that we cannot make. What we actually have to have from the mining industry is we have to have much more copper at a lower price point. So we have to make copper cheaper than it is now, not more expensive, because if it's not cheaper than it is now, it will not outcompete the existing cost of carbon in fossil fuels. So this is not a free competition. This is a constrained competition in exactly the same way as when the Americans lost their competition, NASA lost their competition, they made it impossible for non-American schools to participate in the competition, so their team could always win. If we insist on trying to make copper and nickel and lithium more expensive, we will lose the competition with carbon. And that means the consequences that we currently see, and you've seen it on the news this week, massive fires in Los Angeles. We've also seen massive floods in Europe and other places. These are the impacts of climate change, because when you warm the atmosphere, you get more frequent and more severe climate events. That is our future if we do not electrify the economy. But we cannot do it with more expensive metals. If we want to have more metal and less expensive metals produced, you have to have innovation. And so that's what my little organization tries to do, and tries to develop the kinds of innovations that need to be developed and need to be adopted by mining companies. The problem is, in most countries of the world, they've been doing the mining the way we do it now for the last 30 or 40 years, and the mindset is the limiting factor. It's not the technology. We have 50 companies that we're supporting right now with $160 million, and they're all coming up with new and better ways of doing things, not just this example, but many other examples. But it's very difficult to get large mining companies to buy into the change, and so no change happens, and the people that operate inside the mining companies are much happier. One of the panelists this morning said, we have to incentivize mining companies to change the way they do things. Actually, they already have an incentive. If they continue to do things the way they do things now, we will have a supply-demand gap. And when there is a supply-demand gap, the prices go up. So the companies that are now producing copper and nickel, if they do nothing, the price for their product will go up, and their profits will go up, and the individual bonuses for the people in the companies will go up. So they already have an incentive not to change anything. That is the incentive that we have to defeat. And I don't know how to do that. I, in my little innovation center in Canada, have reconciled myself not to the idea that I can somehow change the global mining industry. I hope I would be able to make some changes here in the kingdom, but that remains to be seen. All I can do for the last phase of my career is to remove the excuses for doing no change at all. Many, many times in the last 10, 12, 15 years, I've heard executives say, I would really like to try this new idea, but actually, there is no technology for that. So it's a great idea, but there is no commercial technology I can buy to make that happen. So what we're engaged in now is making sure that these new ideas and new techniques are commercially available. And now the executives who've previously said, well, I'd love to make that change, but there is no commercial solution that I can buy, to make that no longer true. So at the least I have accomplished is to remove the excuses for making no change at all. And that, I'm afraid, is where the mining industry has been for the last 10 or 15 years. We can all see what's happening to the number of mines that are producing copper at an acceptable price, and things are still going in the wrong direction. We talk about electrifying the economy. That means the demand curve for copper is increasing, but the core production level, global production level of copper is at the peak in 2025. From the end of 2025, for the next 20 years, the capacity of the global copper mining industry reduces its capacity by almost 50%. And so you cannot electrify the economy with only 50% of the copper you're producing in 2025. That is the consequence of where we are, and it's the consequence of 20 years or so of underinvestment by mining companies in exploration and underinvestment in innovation to improve the productive capacity of the whole system. We can't continue with manual operation of batch processes. We have to move away from manual operation to autonomous and make it all electric. I have been to, and I know it's very popular to talk about ESG and the kinds of changes that could be contemplated, but ESG, the G, stands for governance. Governance is a policy issue for the board of directors or for the government, provincial or federal government. I have been to hundreds of local communities where the community has a problem with the local mining operation. And no community ever complained about the company policies or the government policies. What the communities complained about was lack of access to land, lack of access to water, lack of access to clean water, lack of access to clean air because of the toxic dust that's released from the tailings ponds. So these are physical, material changes that have to be made. Just changing your governing documents does not improve things for the local communities. So there's a big distinction between what happens in the board of directors meeting and the documents that you have in the corporate vault and what actually happens on the ground. And unless we start to change the outcomes for local communities, as you probably know, we see more and more resistance to new mines opening because nobody wants the negative consequences of the current mining practices. So all of the innovations that we focus on, not for the moon, of course, but just for everything that we do, is we're looking at technologies that actually people would consider to be obsolete because they're simple machines that are easily modularized and then can be easily have components replaced. So they're simple and effective. It's also low-risk innovation because the machines that we were talking about were being used 60 years ago. This is not a new machine. All we have done is change it from being driven by compressed air, pneumatic, to an electric motor. And instead of having some poor individual trying to drive the machine with 2 levers, you can make it completely autonomous and program the whole machine to do what it needs to do. Then it becomes much, much more effective in doing what it needs to do, and the whole system benefits. So, that really is it. I'm not going to finish off talking about the mine. I'm not quite sure why they wanted to have a presentation on space, but it is the model where the only people that might want small mining machines are people who want to move moon dust on the surface of the moon. The advantage I have is in doing that for the space industry, first of all, many more people are prepared to invest in small machines to go to the moon. I have no desire whatsoever to go to the moon. None. And I don't understand why anybody would. But if they're prepared to invest in the machines that we need as a prototype for the machines that we need on Earth, then it's a worthwhile exercise. And that's my only reason for being engaged in the mining space. I can say that safely because I know there's nobody here from the space industry at all. So nobody's going to hear me say that I don't care about the space and I don't care about going to the moon. I will be long dead before any of this happens. But if I can create the prototypes that we need to begin to change the way the mining industry operates on Earth and helps us make the energy transition that we know we have to make in order to combat climate change, then I'm happy to put in the effort to do that. And with that, I'll stop talking and let you ask any questions if you have any, or maybe you're just waiting for the next speaker to come. Oh yes, this is the summary really. Modern Earth model mining technology is massive, energy inefficient, and has huge teams of maintenance people. There are no maintenance people on the moon. We're not sending people to the moon to be maintaining the equipment. So that's not a model that we can use. The lunar surface is remote, hostile, and resource constrained. It's actually a worse place than northern Canada in the wintertime or in Saudi Arabia in the summertime. It's much, much worse than both of those places. And it happens every 14 days. So this is not a comfortable place to be. But we can make machines that are autonomous, modular, energy efficient. And the other thing I've learned about this is the lessons for mining in the future, and these are lessons that we have forgotten. We always knew them, but we've forgotten, is they're actually from the mining manually in the past. Number one, activity is not effectiveness. Just because we're moving machines doesn't mean we're being effective at the task at hand. The task is to move the product in a pile. Number two, continuous transport systems are 15 to 30 times more effective than batch systems. Maximize the energy to move the ore or rock product and minimize the energy you need for the equipment. Use time wisely. It is the only commodity you can never replace. You can get more money, you can spend more energy and effort, but you can never get more time. It's a completely wasted resource. And finally, the environment always wins. It always wins. You have to make the resources of the current environment work for you and not try to battle against those resources. So trying to do some of the things that we're trying to do on the moon will never work because the environment is not suitable for those kinds of technologies. So, just like we wouldn't want to have particular pieces of equipment in the middle of the desert, a camel is a very, very efficient machine for operating in the desert. It is absolutely the wrong machine for operating in northern Canada in the wintertime. So you have to gauge what is the environment we're in and how do we make our production systems conform to the constraints of the environment. And with that said, I'll stop talking and let you listen to the next speaker, my good friend, Dr. Tema Al-Jaani. Here we go. Thank you.
Yes, yes. You know. Yes. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Just waiting for slides. You are not expecting me to lecture about the tree, right? Anyway, as we spoke in the Future Mineral Forum, the talk is about the technological transition from hydrocarbon to mining. And when we talk about hydrocarbon, we talk about the kingdom with such long heritage of hydrocarbon industry for the last 70 years. And the big question, what we consider to be the million-dollar question, how we leverage our understanding of hydrocarbon industry in terms of the science, in terms of technologies, in terms as well of the mindset, how we explore hydrocarbon reservoirs for the mining industry. Today, along with my colleague, Saad Al-Malki, we started with the motivation. The companies that you see in front of you, I'm not sure how can you, okay. The companies that you see in front of you, some of them, they experienced transition from hydrocarbon industry to mining industry, and the reason behind it, because of the lithium extraction from reservoirs, from the brine. And that's very clear. But that's not my point here. My point for the companies that really experience the transition from hydrocarbon to mining based on the mining technologies and the technologies that have been developed for hydrocarbon so far. So when we try to map those technologies that have been used for hydrocarbon, we start, for example, with the geophysics. One of the geophysical technologies that have been introduced to hydrocarbons is seismic, very known for hydrocarbon, that's been, experienced a transition to the mining industry. Not so recent, it's been a while, but there are a couple of challenges around. When you talk about geochemistry, it's a very known technology that, been experienced in hydrocarbon for a long period of time. Geological interpretations, modeling and simulation, geostatistics, well logs, and core sample analysis, along with the remote operation. I will go over all of them and focus on the simulation and modeling for the rest of the talk. So starting, for example, geological interpretations. The geological interpretations that have been developed for a long period of time with the hydrocarbon and been introduced in the mining industry very effectively for the last few years. And the importance of this, how to manipulate the distance between different wells to know the existence of the subsurface or deposits. When we talk, for example, about the petroleum exploration, seismic exploration for petroleum, and we compare it to the usage of seismic in equal industries like the mining, we see the shortage very large. But we today, in the future technology hubs, we think how can we leverage the technology development and research and development centers of excellence to ease that transition and fill the gap and tackle the given challenges that we face using seismic exploration or technologies for the mining industries. And that is one of them. We'll talk about the geochemistry as well. The focus on organic compounds and sediments that's been for a long period of time in hydrocarbon. And the transition of using the same mindsets of geochemistry to the hydrocarbon is very important, especially for the hydrothermal deposits. I'm moving very fast because the main talk will start in 4 slides. The geostatistics as well, the reservoir characterization, the seismic data, integrations, the phases modeling, well placements, all of them being used for a long period of time in hydrocarbon. What about the mining industry? As this to be a trend of using geostatistical tools for mining explorations in general. And well logs as well, very known in hydrocarbon, and it's been used for a long period of time in the mining industry. However, it is not the main tools for mining industry. And it can be transferable in terms of technologies in much details in the future. The most important thing is the remote operations. If any one of you visits Saudi Aramco, they have what they call in Saudi Aramco, I think, the geosteering operation center. The interesting about geosteering that you are in Dhahran and you can control the well in Shaiba, which is 500 kilometers from Dhahran. You control the well in northern border, which is 1,000 kilometers from Dhahran. And within one single center, you can control all the wells and increase the productivity of oil. If we try to compare that technology usage in the mining, we see Rio Tinto. They have similar center in Australia. However, it is quite new for a couple of years now. But what is the underlying piece of information that enables Saudi Aramco to go this mile? That piece of information is the modeling. Modeling the reservoir and the position that you can control the drill away 1,000 kilometers is the real challenge that we face today in the mining industry. The mining industry, if we, for example, talk about the reservoirs, they are mostly in sedimentary rocks. And your constraints from sedimentary rocks comes from seismic. However, in the mining industry, there is most of our constraints coming from igneous rocks. And the change in velocities in terms of seismicity and seismic explorations does not really give you precise boundaries between the given ore body and the surrounding or the host rock. And that is a big challenge for us in the mining industry. And that's why from here, we think about if we bring our scientific mindset to understand different layers in Earth, as investigators, we have to consider the modeling. However, the modeling is interdisciplinary approach, interdisciplinary field. It is not that simple like data acquisitions. We usually, in the modeling world, start from model, end by data, and that's what we call predictive models. Or, in the other side, we start from data and end by models, and that's what we call inversion models. All of that will be in the basis of given indicators that should exist with us, starting from structural indicators, exhumation rates, geophysical data sets, hydrothermal indicators, geochemical constraints, as well as tomographic models for the regional trends of mining sets. So when we talk about the modeling, we have 2 parts. The first part, what we call the inversion models. With the inversion models, we start with the data sets. We try to convert the data constraints into characteristics for the subsurface, physical characteristics that can be interpreted as the mineral deposits. And with this, we use the known equation from model to data using the green function. We get the inverse to get the model based on the data constraints. With this work, we have the privilege at KAICC to lead the project in 2016, and that project to explore one of the areas of interest in Western Arabia, which is the Harrat Rahat. When we call Harrat, we mean volcanic fields. And the interesting thing about this volcanic field in Western Arabia, to the vicinity of the volcanic field is Mahd al-Dhahab. It's the largest gold mine in the kingdom. It's been around for 3,000 years, since Solomon, prophet, peace be upon him. And the interesting about this, you can see an extension of potential mineralizations under the cover of the lava. However, you don't have any access to it. There is no surface exposures. And that was the driver for doing the work that adopted by King Abdulaziz City for science and technology. We brought airborne geophysical data surveys for magnetic, gravity, and electromag. We conducted that survey for 100 kilometers length profiles with about 70 kilometers length profiles. And by the end of the day, we got anomalies, a couple of anomalies, about 8. Some of them for hydrothermals, geothermals, and some of them for mining, for gold. We drilled through one of them, 2 drills, up to 300 meters, and we got the constraints published. We got gold. The idea behind all of this success story is not about gold. It's about the mindset that's been adopted from hydrocarbon industry for the mining industry for our benefits. And with this work, in fact, I'm proud that we lead a project in collaboration with Ma'aden, in collaboration with Ivanhoe and CGI. It will be announced in 2 days from now as a joint lab for developing inversion models within KAICC for the technology transfer, for technology localization, and for the benefits of increasing the confidence levels of mineral sites in the kingdom. That is the first part. The second part, if we go to the hydrocarbon industry, one of the biggest questions that's been asked by explorationists in the hydrocarbon industry, what is the basin history? To understand the maturity of the source rock, we need to understand the thermal profiles in that basin. We need to understand the temporal changes of the heat flow of that basin. We need to understand how the strain changed over time to understand how we link the source rock with the trap. All of that within the context of the basin analysis. However, if we speak about the mining industry, it is getting more complicated because of many reasons. One thing is that most of the basins are subjected to extensional forces. In mining industry, most of the mineral belts subjected to compressional forces. So from a tectonic point of view, it is quite a challenge to mimic the conditions that form the mineral belts that goes back in time about 700 to 600 million years ago. That is one thing. The second thing is that for the sedimentary basins, the characteristics of the sedimentary basins are very similar if we speak about mud, speak about sand, speak about limestone, all of them not far from each other. However, if you speak about igneous rocks, the density of the rock is very different. If you speak about basalt, very different from granite, very different from other rocks. So the commodities are function of the viscosity. That's why when we speak about the forward modeling, we take into account the rheology, starting from viscous, elastic, and brittle. And we try to combine all of them together in one single equation to solve what we call the thermomechanical evolution of the mineral belt. Very similar to the mindset that being developed by our colleagues in basin modeling from hydrocarbon systems, but from mining industry. With this, we take the conservation laws, like the mass, momentum, and energy, and combine them all together in an equation that we call Stokes and Navier equation. And with that equation, we develop the model to propagate the evolution of the mineral systems in a given region. And most of these models are not local. They need to be regional. So this is one example being published in 2018 using a code that's introduced by our colleagues at ETH, the Switzerland Institute of Technology. And those models, they've been developed based on the initial and boundary conditions, based on the viscosities, based on the velocities that interpolated over time, and try to reintroduce what we have in reality as this observed in Australia, I think. And the big problem with this methodology that you have many constraints that you cannot nail it down to a precision that can allow the miners to explore their mines. However, it can give you a tool to explore a given mines that not exist in the map. It can give you a tool that can give you the conditions that you need to create a given hydrothermal deposits that may not in your account in terms of the mining exploration. So with this, if we take this into account, now we come to the work that we are doing at KAICC. We think about the Arabian-Nubian Shield as one single unit that goes back in time to Neo-Proterozoic. The Arabian-Nubian Shield, you see it in orange, starting from the east, Al-Guwaiya, which is about 200 kilometers to the west from here, all the way to mid-Sudan. And from north, from Jordan, all the way to Tanzania. The interesting thing about this shield that formed in the Proterozoic, Neo-Proterozoic. Our colleagues who know the Neo-Proterozoic from geologists, Neo-Proterozoic has the same tectonic roles that exist today. In other words, we can generalize our understanding of Earth evolution today to understand the Neo-Proterozoic. So we don't need to invent new conditions as assumptions that not exist today. That's one thing. The second thing is that Neo-Proterozoic has the same conditions at that time. So all the features that have been developed, I would say, for example, for Guwaiya, or Jeddah, or Sudan, or Egypt, or Tanzania, or Kenya, I mean, all of them developed by the same conditions. So if we introduce the right boundary conditions and initial conditions for Neo-Proterozoic Arabian-Nubian Shield, we are not exploring Arabia. We are exploring the whole region in the basis of the fundamental science, in the basis of physics. And we don't need to get all of this area resolved. However, if we take all of this into the market, it's still in the range of technology maturity about 4 to 3. It is not the way that I can come to a colleague in the mining industry and say, drill here. But at least this model can present the seed of the future development of models that can give us an insight about the work that we can develop for the benefit of the Arabian-Nubian Shield. And today, we were in the Ministerial Roundtable speaking about the Centers of Excellence, and this is one of the results of Centers of Excellence. As a technology, our understanding doesn't really recognize national boundaries. We're speaking on behalf of Arabian-Nubian Shield, regardless who are the countries over there. We're speaking for the societies of the Arabian-Nubian Shield, for the understanding of the mineral systems of the Arabian-Nubian Shield. And that is part of our work and initiatives. So, for example, if we focus, for example, on what we call Mecca-Medina Transform Zone, it is extending from the south, about south of Jeddah, all the way to the north in the black box. And that huge volcanic field, it is about 30 million years ago. Some of it about 10, some of it, it's very recent, is less than a million year. And one of the questions about this, all of this volcanic field, is what is the relationship between those volcanoes and the Red Sea, which is in the vicinity? How our understanding for the volcanoes can give us an insight about the mineralization that developed during the Cenozoic, not Neo-Proterozoic. So we got a couple of data sets. To the left is the magnetic, to the right is the gravity. Based on those data sets, we got the geology and the constraints based on the derivatives along the Mecca-Medina transform zones. This is, by the way, will be published in January to February as a joint work. And all of that resulted in what we consider to be kinematic models or structural models for the whole Arabian or whole Mecca-Medina transform zone. With those structural models, we describe the motion. And that motion is our boundary conditions to the models. We describe the lineaments, the stress field, which is the sigma H, the horizontal maximum stress field. And all of that enable us to develop the numerical model. And with the numerical model, we extended the forces in both sides, across the central Red Sea and the volcanic region. And what you see to the right is the strain map. The strain map, the the dark red colors represent the strain localizations. With those strain localizations, those are the areas of the regions where we believe can represent a localization for mineral deposits. At the same time, as we speak about as we're speaking about Cenozoic, those locations represent the geohazards for us. So when we speak about the Mecca-Medina Transform Zone, is a potential geohazard region because of those zones. So mining is a gift for us as we talk about long history times, but it is a challenge for us as we speak about recent times, as most of those regions possess, I'm finishing, as most of these regions possess the geohazards, high-level hazards. So taking all of this into account, we validate our results with the LAB, the lithospheric, asthenospheric boundaries. And the big problem that we face so far for Western Arabia is a three-dimensional problem, not two-dimensional problem. So we need to develop our 3D model to understand what Western Arabia is all about. And that's our work in collaboration with different agencies, including the ETH, the Switzerland Institute of Technology. And with this work, we try to develop a 3D model into account the thermomechanical history for the Western Arabia. This is our model that we developed so far. By the way, this is the results we got about three weeks ago, and it is under process. The model itself is a 3D model. We take into account the red, which is the thermal profiles of the whole lithosphere. At the same time, we took into account the viscosity based on different layers. And that's what I mentioned. That is a challenge from hydrocarbon industry. You don't have to account larger viscosities in hydrocarbon system. We do in the mining industry. And that's one of the challenges that we have so far. So having all of that, we introduce the boundary conditions in the top and the down and all the faces around the model and get some results. And with these results, this is the strain rate map for the boundary conditions that we developed so far. And what you see here, for example, in the yellow, represent the strain localization accommodated by the rift itself. And that is a process driven, is not actual reality. And when we try to do this in the 3D modeling world, you tweak one of the boundary conditions in one side, and you don't expect the effect to be propagated to the other side. And that's why one of the notions in the boundary conditions or the modeling is simplification. It is unrealistic simplification. We have to do it. We know the world is not simple. It's complex. But we have to do it simple in our understanding. We know the precision that we are developing is not enough for mining companies, but we have to develop these models for first-order problems. And that's why this work is the seed of a larger understanding of the Arabian-Nubian Shield. With this, I leave you with the discussions about the importance of building knowledge across industries, including hydrocarbon and mining. I just leave you with the example of companies that made that transition. And hopefully, the transition not in terms of economic impact, but in technologies, talents, and mindsets. I leave you with a review of technologies that we developed so far for the last years, and the scientific endeavor that we're leading today at KAICC for the prosperity of the super region and for the development of new niche technologies for the benefit of mining industry. Thank you very much. أهلا وسهلا.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. I am Yassin Taha. I am a professor within the University of Mohammed VI Polytechnic in Morocco, and it's a big pleasure for me to give you a talk today about mineral production, environment, and circular economy, new horizons. So the talk of today is going to be divided into 5 main parts. The first part is about the challenges of the mining industry, and mainly in terms of the management of waste rock, tailings, and all the wastes that are generated by the mining industry. And then I will talk about the circular economy. What does it mean, circular economy, within the mining context? And what are the valorization pathways? I will talk about some case studies in Morocco about circular economy and how to valorize mine waste, and then I will give some a hint into some startups and companies that exist in the world that dealing with circular economy in the mining industry, and I will conclude with some discussions. So as you know, currently in the mining industry, what we are doing right now is producing those critical minerals and metals and so on. And with the green energy transition, we will need more metals and more minerals. Yeah? And with this, we should not forget that a huge amount of wastes will also be generated. And as you see on this screen and on this slide, there are different types of wastes. We talk about waste rock, tailings, slags, and many other waste streams. And all those wastes are not considered almost in the circularity discussions and so on. And here, the idea here is to see this amount of waste that will be generated in the next few years. By 2050, we will generate like hundreds of billions of tons of waste annually, and that's so much materials that we will have to deal with. So now there are a lot of management methods and tailings management methods. I will not go into them all, but we talk mainly about reprocessing of waste rock. We talk about reprocessing of tailings. Why? Because we are looking for some other remaining minerals and metals inside, and we try to recover them and to valorize those wastes. We talk about in situ recovery, like instead of going into the mine and to extract all the material, we go with some kind of in situ leaching, and we produce those metals in order to reduce the amount of waste and tailings that are generated. We talk currently and recently about ore sand production. So you produce your metals, you produce your minerals, but at the same time you can produce a sand that can be used in other sectors, not only within the mining sector, but also in many other companies. We talk about tailings. When we talk about tailings, we talk mostly about dams failure, about this kind of rupture of tailings dams, and many catastrophic issues related to that in many different countries, in Brazil, United States, and many other countries, and you can look for them. There is another problem is with the sulfur, the presence of sulfur in those tailings, which leads to the generation of acids, or what we call the acid mine drainage. And this is a real problem. And now companies are trying to go into those tailings and to try to recover that sulfur, to remove it from those tailings, so they can be like inert, and they will not generate this acid from those tailings. And there are a lot of work in that. And we have other techniques that tries to reduce or to increase the particle size of those tailings so we can use them outside and so on. So when we go into those tailings, what we do mainly is looking for a metal or a mineral or 2-3 metals that are existent in those minerals. But what we forgot is that if we look, for instance, for copper, all those metals are also present in the same deposit. And we recover only copper, but all those metals finish in the waste rock or in the tailings. And this is like a waste of metals that are already in the deposit, but we do not extract them. We put them in the waste. We put them in the tailings, and that's just a waste of metals. And same thing for all the other things. Like for gold, you can have silver, copper, zinc, and all those metals are like critical and strategic minerals for so many countries. The other thing is, when we talk about mining industry, we talk about a huge amount of waste rock that are generated. But if you go at the same time to the construction and the building sector, what we are doing right now is to consume a huge amount of materials in terms of aggregates, sand, gravel, crushed rocks, limestone, and so on. And all these, we currently consume around 20 to 30 billion tons of those materials per year by the construction sector. And by 2060, this is going to be the double of what we are consuming right now. And now, with all this happening, we talk about circularity and how the circular economy can lead into making the mining as sustainable as we can. And with circular economy, the principles, the idea is you have your raw material, and then it goes into the processing and so on, and then at the end you got some waste in terms of energy, water, emissions, landfill, and so on. When we talk about circular economy and generally, we try to minimize the amount of materials that are extracted, but also at the same time we try to minimize as a maximum possible the amount and the impact of this whole system. And it has like three main pillars to design the waste and pollution. And when we talk about design the waste, it's like to try to think a waste as a material and to design it. Because a waste is a failure of imagination. This is really the main problem here. A waste is a failure of imagination. Because of our failure of imagination, we produce that waste. But if we are innovative and we can take that waste and to design it in another way so it can be consumed at the end, it's not going to be a waste. It's going to be a material that can be consumed by other sectors. And this is really the main principle of the circular economy, is to design the waste and to keep the products and the materials in use at their highest utility by going towards reusing, recycling, but mainly avoid downcycling and so on. If we take the mining industry, and here we got like the whole value chain, from mapping, exploration, mining, processing, refining, and so on. And once you will get the raw material over here, or the metal, we process it so we can get kind of our phones, our like laptops, and so on. And the problem is that the majority of the waste that is produced in the whole life cycle of this supply chain is in this first steps of mining and processing and exploration, and in the form of waste rock and so on. If we go into the efforts that we are putting in to develop circularity in the mining industry, 99% of our efforts are mainly at this level, like at the downstream of the supply chain, but not in the upstream. 99%. So like 99% of the materials that are extracted are not concerned by the current circularity initiatives. And only 1% of circularity efforts are at this level. And this is really a big problem. And this is why here I'm trying to say that we have to change our focus from this place into this place, or to work on them all at the same time, because the amount of material that are produced at this level are just big. So we have this kind of waste management hierarchy that you can see here, where the most favored option is really to go into prevention, like to design the waste, and to minimize it, reuse it, recycle it, and the last, the option that we have to avoid is the disposal. So in terms of valorization pathways, we have many valorization pathways that we can consider. If we go into the construction sector, as I said before, we currently consume a lot of materials. And we from those mine waste, we can produce those kind of aggregates, like sand, aggregates, gravel, and so on. They are there already. We have just to think that those materials can be aggregates, can be sand, can be used as a gravel or something like that. We can create our infrastructure, our buildings, and so on. We can use mine waste to do so. Just let's change our thinking and our mindset to do so. Cement and additives, you know now, currently we are consuming like around 4 billion tons of cement currently, mainly manufactured from limestone, clays, and some additives, iron, and so on. And this is really a very important material. And here, with mine waste, we can go just over here into those materials, and we can substitute a part or the totality of those materials by mine waste, and it's possible, and we have proven that so many times. We can build our bricks also with mine waste. There are some kind of knowledge that we'll have to know to do so, but it's possible. This is really the main idea. And now I will go into some case studies in Morocco that we have developed ourselves. And here the first example is about the phosphate mining industry. If you go to the phosphate mining industry, we have different waste streams that are produced, like waste rock, damps, destoning, screening, tailings, and so on, and phosphogypsum. And all those waste streams are produced in hundreds of millions or billions of tons per year in the world. Just a huge, really a huge amount of waste. And if we go into the volume of those materials, the main part is really in the form of waste rock. This is where we have really a lot of waste. It goes into the waste rock. But all the other streams are small, but not that small. We are talking about hundreds of millions of tons if we take the global scale. And for that, we, as researchers in the university, we said, okay, if we want to deal with those wastes, are we better to go into the downstream or to the upstream? Are we going to go into the current supply chain or to the current processing methods and try to redesign the processing methods so we can design those wastes? Or we can go into the downstream, into those already disposed waste rock and tailings, and to try to find solutions to valorize them. Here it's an example in Morocco of like a phosphate mining company where we talk about those waste rock. This is really the footprint of a small mining company, and it's something that exists in many different areas in the world also, not only in phosphate with coal and so many other commodities. And here you can see the tailings, and you can see the footprint that those waste rock or tailings can occupy in the space. And all these, if we want to go to deal with this kind of materials, it's really complicated. Why? Because everything is mixed up, and everything is it's very heterogeneous. And if you want to valorize these things, it's going to be complicated a little bit. But if you go into the downstream, or to the downstream into your deposit here, because here, what do you have? This is the deposit of phosphate. And what you can see in the yellow colors are all the other materials that are not phosphate, but finishes in these places here, in the waste rock. So the idea here is, why not going into the deposit and try to change our way of doing things and to extract selectively some layers and to do something with. And in the case of phosphate, in Morocco, those anti-burden and overburden materials are mainly in the form of limestone, clays, marls, and so on. And all those materials can be used in so many different applications. So what we have done is like, okay, let's go into the deposit and let's understand the whole deposit. Why, what is the composition of this deposit? What are the different layers? And what is the quantity of each layer and each material? What are its composition and what are its characteristics? So with these informations, once it's gathered in a model of a 3D model of the whole mine, we can reorientate our vision and to integrate some circularity in the ore deposit at the beginning of the mine. And with this is something that we have tried to do, and we finish with this kind of models. And with this information, you can have really a detailed information of what is happening in deposit and what you have, so you can orientate your applications. This is one example. We have taken this yellow marls here, and we tried to use it like a supplementary cementitious material. And the result is that from a laboratory scale, it works. We can use it to substitute clinker in the production of cement. And you know clinker now and cement is responsible for 8% of the global greenhouse gases emissions. So now a lot of efforts are done by the cement industry to decrease their greenhouse gas emissions. And this material showed that we can have a kind of a low carbon cement that we have here, using this pilot and then to get this kind of garden bench materials. It's really good and it works, and from a durability perspective, it's still there, and it's really a good one. The other thing, if we go to the other materials, if you go to what is already stored in the deposits, we got this kind of waste rock. And if we go into those waste rock, it's a mix of a lot of things at the same time. So what we have done, we have made a kind of a sorting of different materials that we have in those waste rock. And with this stock, we go out with flint, phosphate flint, endured phosphate, and so many other things. And this is a phosphate, and this one also is a phosphate. And we have made our own characterization and so on. We have found that there is still a lot of phosphate inside those things, and we have also many other things like aggregates and so on. So we have developed our own process based on an ore sorting machine, and in our case we have used TOMRA machine, and it works. And we succeeded to recover those phosphate that are in there, to have more resources of phosphate from the waste, but at the same time we are able to produce some other lithologies that will be used in the construction sector, for instance. The other thing is when we go to the process that produce those tailings, we have this process. This is what is happening right now. So what they are doing, they are only taking the phosphate, but they have a lot of tailings. So the idea here, why not going into another specific flow chart or another process where we can produce not only phosphate, we will have phosphate, but we can have also silica, and we can have also limestone at the same time with the same process. We will have just to change the outputs of the same process by changing molecules that are used in this process. Another example is with the coal. A coal company in Morocco, you know, the coal mining in Morocco stopped in 2000, but we produced a lot of waste, and you can see some examples here. So what we have done, we wanted to valorize it, and it's like extremely dangerous because it's really in the center of the city. And what we have tried, you can see here the dump, and here people are building our own houses just over there. So you can just imagine if there is like an earthquake or a lot of rain or something like that, you can imagine what will happen to this kind of waste rock dam. So what we have done, and we have taken those, we made our own drills company, we have like the 3D model of this, and what we have found is that we have coal still in there, and we have clays or shales in the form of shales. We have very high content of alumina, silica, and so on. And with this, we are able to produce bricks, really good quality bricks. With 100% of those materials, at the same time of bricks, we can produce also coal. And here, there is like, it's a coal thermal plant that is consuming imported coal in Morocco. Other case studies in the world, okay? And those are like startups. Circular Mine, what they are trying to do is like what a future mine with storage facility could look like. For them, Circular Mine, we can go from a mine to produce our minerals and metals, but at the same time, we can be producers of aggregates and sand and so many other materials. And for them, it works already. You can visit it. It works. From mine waste, we can produce aggregates. The other one in Sweden, and I really like this solution here. You got Boliden and LKAB. One is a producer of copper and another one is a producer of iron, right? And both of them are producing waste rock and tailings. So what they have done, they have tried to collaborate. So they will use their resources and their tailings coming from each process. So they will not go only with iron and copper, but they can also produce with this process iron oxide, fertilizers, phosphoric acid, rare earth element, gypsum, fluoride products. And this is really a very nice project that is happening over there. The advantages of this collaboration is because we have two companies at the same place. The distance between them is not that high. We talk about 30, 40 kilometers between them. So they can build this symbiosis and synergy between them. And I really like this example. Another one is Bitolar in Finland. And in Bitolar, what they have done with Metso, they have tried to produce what they call, what is the name? It's a sand from the tailings. And they will use it to construct buildings with very low carbon footprint, using tailings of a mine, using the technology of Metso to build very nice buildings with very low carbon footprint. The other one is Travertine Tech. And this one is also is very nice. Why? They have the waste over here that is rich in sulfate, but what they are trying to do with their process, it's an integrated process. They take the sulfate waste and they try to fix and to mineralize the carbon oxide coming from the atmosphere or coming from the industry using renewable energy to produce what? Green hydrogen, carbonate minerals that can be used by many other sectors, and sulfuric acid. You know, it depends on the type of the waste that you have. But if you take this example of a waste that is rich in sulfate, like phosphogypsum, for instance, or you can take any example that you can have, phosphogypsum with all these things and with their process, you can produce your sulfuric acid that you are already consuming a lot in your process. And you can produce your own sulfuric acid to look for your metals and minerals like lithium, nickel, and phosphorus. And this is an example that is already have been developed. Those are the different case studies. And now, the challenges to do so, they are multiple. There are challenges in terms of technology that is there, that is needed also to develop these kind of solutions, economic challenges, knowledge gap. You know, when we talk about waste, no one knows what's inside exactly. What are the characteristics of the waste? What is the composition of the waste? What is the volume? What are the heavy metals in there and so on? And we don't know a lot about that. And in the mining sector, we know a lot about what we are producing, but we don't know a lot, or we don't know nothing about the waste. And a lot of effort for the metal and the minerals or the commodity, but the waste we don't know nothing. And here, this is why it is very important to know that waste, what are its characteristics, the composition, and so on, so you can deal with that. And we have also regulation. And when we talk about regulation, in some countries, like in Canada, for instance, they have incentives for each ton of waste that you are producing, you have to pay for that ton of waste. And they have even developed a kind of standard that you can use to valorize your tailings and waste rock. And there is a kind of guidelines that you have to follow to show that your waste is good and it can be consumed by any industry. We need a lot of innovations in terms of strategic planning processes. If we go into the first steps of the production or the production of the process production, we will need to change our planning of the production. We will have to produce, to secure our productions in terms of our metals and commodities, but we will have also to plan the waste. and to design the waste. Once you want to design the waste, you will have also to plan it, because you will need a lot of infrastructures, equipment, machines to put them into the process so they will be used. So your production also will maybe like decrease a little bit, but this is something that you will have to deal with. We need a lot of business innovation also. With the business or the example of Boliden and LKAB, there is a business already in there, and it works. We have other examples in different places also, and we are trying to do exactly the same thing in Morocco with the OCP group producing phosphate. But when we come into this, the business models that are used in this kind of businesses are not really enough developed. So there is also something that is needed in there, legal and regulation and so on. And depending on the nature of the waste, we can say if it's a material that can be used in the proximity or just next to you, or it's a material that can go beyond your location where you are, and it can like travel. It's the value of that thing that is very important in this level. So to finish, circular economy is not about one manufacturer changing one product. It's all about the interconnecting companies like LKAB and Boliden, for instance, that form our infrastructure and the economy coming together. It's about synergy. It's about rethinking the operating system itself. We have a fantastic opportunity to open new perspectives and new horizons instead of remaining trapped in the frustrations of the present. With creativity and innovation, we really can rethink and redesign our future. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you so much. Hi, thank you so much.
No? Okay, now it's working. Hello, my name is Fet Georgiev. I'm a professor in geosciences, more specifically geochemistry, and even more specifically isotopic geochemistry, but don't run away. I'm not going to talk about this. The purpose today, what I'm going to show you is a new national scientific initiative of the Bulgarian government, which is centered on the critical raw materials. And I have the easy and hard task in a way, because the program just starts, so there are 0 results. I may end here, but instead I'm going to present you the program outline at the end. What I'm going to do mostly in this talk is talk about the motivation, why this is important, really for Bulgaria and for the world, not our program in specific, but the topic about critical minerals. Now, this is a very broad topic, so I'm going to talk a lot of politics, economics, environmental research. I'm going to spice it up with some archaeology, history, but I begin with music. Not so much music, but a quote from a musician that used to be famous before, Madonna. And you know, she has a very famous song called The Material Girl. No question about this, she was a material girl. But I want to focus on the first part of the quote here. You know, she realized, rightfully so, and other people did, that we all live in a material world. So the materials characterize our existence, basically. They define our human civilization. Everything that is around us, this microphone, everything, materials. And this is not only valid for the present, but it has been valid for, actually, as I said, the entire civilization. So if we look in the major periods of human existence, as defined by archaeologists and historians, they are defined by the materials that humans used. So we, of course, begin with the Stone Age, and this is the first geologist. It was important to have some basic understanding of the structure and properties of the rocks to get the best weapons, basically, and tools. We moved to the Chalcolithic Age, Early Bronze Age, Iron Age, and so on. In all these, geology is central, and I'm going to repeatedly emphasize this during my talk. In more recent years, this focus from naming the periods of human civilization has shifted, but nevertheless, the defining moments can be, they shifted from ores, let's say, to the energy that we use. So in the more recent years, we always have used the traditional biomass, burning wood, and so on. In the 1800s, the Industrial Revolution, of course, the coal domination and the coal expansion. Then we switched to the age of hydrocarbons, oil, gas. Coal is also in this category. And we are still living in this age. Okay? We are shifting. This is the goal and the reason for this forum also to the so-called renewable energy use. In all those three types of energies here historically that have been used, geology is central, geoscience is central. We need to find the proper energy resource to use in our civilization. But the case is actually that even though it's more technologically advanced, the production of renewable energy is highly dependent on materials. So geology is also central for that. So what is the types of renewable energy? Everybody knows them, but I just listed them here. Wind power, hydroelectric, geothermal energy, biofuel, and solar energy. And of course, it's a brilliant idea, and it's a worthy goal of pursuing to produce energy that doesn't emit any greenhouse gases, let's say. And therefore, this is a very popular type of pictures. It's just a random example from the internet. But let's see how much materials actually the green energy consumes and how green is the green energy. This is the life cycle that I made up for a typical product, in this case, a solar panel. But it all starts with mining. We need to have the materials, the raw materials for that. We need to transport the raw materials, and those are heavy. We need to refine the raw materials. We need to transport the refined goods to a production facility, which also uses, of course, materials. Then we need to transport the goods to and from China, most likely in these days. We need to bring them to the consumers. We have to try to recycle. I'm going to talk a little bit about the recycling current availabilities and possibilities. And then inevitably, we end up with waste. Now, each and every step of this life cycle of the process consumes energy. A lot of it consumes materials, a lot of them. Those are some examples of the critical minerals that are used in selected clean energy technologies. So here on the top, for example, we see some of the critical minerals, and approximately the renewable energy technologies consume about 10 times more than the conventional energy production facilities. If we include here at the bottom, both graphs show a similar picture, it's just that the bottom graph, so this is per megawatt of produced energy. So this is the scale here, and same for the bottom graph in terawatts. If we include the other materials that are not critical, like concrete, steel, glass, cement, and so on, the picture is still the same. The renewable energy consumes about 10 times more materials for producing 1 unit of energy. So we need a lot of materials. This is my point here. Okay, but what about the storing capacities? It's a similar picture. So this is how many materials go into the final product. Let's say, so an electric vehicle consumes about 8 to 10 times more materials, critical minerals. Both graphs show the same. And the production of those critical minerals consumes a lot of energy, and it has to come from somewhere. I stop with this musing about the greenness of the green energy, but this is a diagram that shows human eyes have 3 major perceptors we have in our eye. I show 2 of them. So this is the green one and the red one. If we think about the different types of energy as a a range between a purely green, purely renewable energy that emits 0 greenhouse gases, and let's put oil in the other spectrum as a red. Actually, we get brown. This is how we see brown. It's not a color. It's a mixture of red and green. But the nuance here is there's different shades of brown and different nuances. And we still have to define, if we are honest about it, where is the green energy in this spectrum. This is the forecast of using materials. Well, actually, the lower graph, the graph on the left here, shows the current use of materials in the last 50 years. And we see an ever-increasing use of materials, including construction, oil, gas, metals, biomass, and so on. The forecast predicts a similar picture. We have a population increase, total material use increase. The good news for some of us is that the income per capita will increase eventually, but this is off topic. And so one electric vehicle battery requires about 500 kilograms of critical or resources, let's say. The thing about these resources is that what is not thought of often is that the grades in those deposits are low. So to produce those 500 kilograms, let's say of lithium, cobalt, nickel, and graphite, copper, and so on, it requires about 45 tons of ore if we use the typical grades, which is between, well, if we include, as the previous speaker mentioned, the overburden, we have to remove a lot of rock, usually to get to the juicy, better part of the deposit. This totals to 750 tons. So the use of materials is going to be enormous. And the use of energy for getting those materials out of the ground, getting the overburden, transporting it, and so on. So predictions are that we're going to have a serious increase to about 2050 at least in certain elements and minerals, graphite, lithium, cobalt, and so on. Okay, so how do we get them? The easiest answer, as put forward also by the European Green Deal, is practically to mine more minerals. There's no other way to get them. I'll talk about recycling a little bit. The European Union Commission, the European Commission shows this graph as kind of a motivation for the need of critical minerals. And this is the current kind of dominance of different countries for different minerals and elements. And it shows both production, mining, so-called mining, extraction, and refining. I'm not going to talk about the details, but if you know, okay, the US is a major producer of beryllium and helium, for example, and other countries here and there. But the majority of all those elements that we now call critical are produced in China. The majority of those elements are refined in China, and they're sold by China after that to the world. So how do we estimate which element is a critical one? Well, there's 2 criteria that are put forward by many, and this is the economic importance. We put a certain threshold of 2.8, let's say, and also the supply risk. How many countries are producing? Is it an easy access to the market, and so on. So if we combine those 2, such in this diagram, those are, those are the critical elements that are defined by the EU Critical Raw Materials Act. And I have to note that those are 49 elements of 94 naturally occurring elements. To me, this is close to a disaster because basically almost everything is critical. Okay, some of them are grouped in the group of heavy rare earths and the light rare earths and the platinum group elements and so on. So the numbers becomes a little bit more, acceptable, but it's still a very big number. And the reality is that almost everything is critical if we have to if we think of it this way. Now, here is a place to know that it's not critical because of geology, it's not critical because of resources, it's critical because of negligence. Governmental negligence, and it's a long-term governmental negligence. That's why they're critical, because these are not geologic factors for the most part. Geology is important, but as I said, I'm a geochemist, so I had to put a periodic table of the elements, and this is a periodic table of the critical raw materials as they're defined in the Act. And you see there are all types of elements for those of you that are interested, but they're transitional metals, alkaline earths, and everything. Here are the rare earths. Okay, another graph to emphasize the severity of the problem. So this diagram, the bars show they go from 0 to 100%, and they show the reliance of the European Union for extracted. This is a synonym for mining. I don't know why extraction is a more popular term. So mined materials in blue and imported materials in blue. And you see that most of those critical elements rely heavily on import. The European Union relies on import for those materials or for the refined products. Lastly, another problem. So there's a problem with mining, there's a problem with refining, there's a problem with supplies, and the last problem, there's only 4 of them, is a problem with recycling. This is the current state, or our ability is to recycle. And for few of these elements, like copper, tungsten, aluminum, but mind you, some of them are not in the critical minerals list, we can recycle a decent amount, hopefully more in the future. For many of them, we are down to 0. We cannot recycle for different technological reasons. So if we consider those 4 problems, the Critical Raw Materials Act that was put forward recently, in the last year, I think, or the one before it, sets ambitious goals to fix those problems or alleviate them. First, the European Union has to have at least 10% of own mining. So 10% of the resources that we need have to come from within the European Union. Similarly, 40% of the refined products have to be refined in the European Union. 15% of Europeans' consumption of those materials have to come from recycling and diversification of the trade sources. Okay, from here on, I'm going to talk primarily about the first one, the extraction. How do we ramp up the extraction to 10%? This is a big number. I have to look how much is the current one, but it's not very much. There are not many countries mining in Europe. Bulgaria is actually one of them. We mine quite actively copper, gold, base metals. That's about it, plus minus some other materials. So the solution, again, is to mine more. There are many problems with this ramping up the mining. Many of them are regulatory, legislative, societal, and so on. I'm going to focus on just 2 of them. The first one is the time. So the graph here on the top shows how much time is the global average lead times from discovery to production. And those are data for lithium, I think, as I remember. Lithium, nickel, and copper. And it takes about an average of, let's say, 12 years for some of those deposits. Depends on where you are in the world, what type of deposit, of course, but also the regulations. Lower graph shows something similar. This is a typical mining life cycle. We need 10 to 20 years to start, actually to 25 even, to find the deposit properly, to pass all the regulations and so on. So those 15 to 12 years are very significant for investors. It's a big investor risk. And then depending on the deposit type, it can be mined for 1 year, 5 years, or up to 50 years sometimes. So it's a long-term return of this investment. And then we have to deal with remediation. So time is a big issue. This is not a normal stuff. The second problem, and that leads me to the scientific program that we're proposed and it was accepted, we're going to start acting on it, is the knowledge and the skill. Even if there are a lot of investments, this is not something that can be done very quickly. Geology is slow, Okay, we deal with millions of years, those time frames, but the process it's not slow because of geologists. It just takes a lot of time, a lot of efforts to find the resources. So the lower graph, for example, shows the amount of investment, the copper exploration budget in the world up to 2021, whereas the bars show the new discoveries. And you can see the disparity between those two. It's not necessarily, it's helpful to invest, but it's not guaranteed that you'll find new deposits. Why is that? Nature is very complex. We're not talking about commodities that are neatly organized. You go get them, transport them, and so on. Ore deposits are very hard to find, right? And for example, here I made that up, of course, but this is what a neodymium deposit may look like. This is what a lithium deposit may look like. You don't know. You have to do a lot of research in advance. First, to have an idea whether it's a deposit. Second, to characterize this better. There's a lot of geological work, mapping, and so on. Another point that I just want to mention is those are the crustal abundances of the rare earths. Actually, they're not called rare earths. So anyone who hears rare earths know that they're not rare. They're nothing extraordinary in terms of chemistry, geochemistry, and geology. They're as abundant as most of the other elements. They're rare because they don't form their own minerals. So the trick is to find some minerals that kind of accommodate those elements to a larger extent. But anyway, they are low abundances in the single ppm, that's 1 part per million. So you have to extract a lot of rock to get 1 kilogram, let's say, of neodymium. Continuing with the second challenge, this is again the knowledge and the skill. It takes kind of basic geological skills and knowledge to be even to start the process. Once you start, you need geological mapping, sampling of rock, soils, sediments, so on, geophysics, geochemistry, many other methods. Once you reach the drilling stage, and that's the expensive stage also, prospecting is expensive as well, but you have to have a better knowledge of the geology to define the best area to focus your investment and your efforts to find new deposits. And again, this is the role of geology here. One of the problems that I see, and the geological knowledge is unequally shared. This is a map of the critical raw material deposits of Europe, for example. And as I say, we are one of Europe's, let's say, most actively mining countries. But there's nothing here. There's almost nothing for Romania. And the reason is not that we don't have critical minerals. The reason is that we don't have our own internal backyard organized very neatly. We don't know. And there are many countries, other countries, let's say, like this. Actually, we don't have a functioning geological survey. I'm here representing Bulgarian Geological Survey, but it doesn't exist. Also, I'm heading the largest research organization that is kind of tasked with some of the typical duties of geological surveys. So we're trying to fix this up, but the point I'm trying to make again is that there may be other ore deposits that we are not aware of because of the unequal distribution of knowledge and unequal sharing for sure. To address that, we propose to the Bulgarian government kind of a concerted effort to characterize the potential of Bulgaria for critical and strategic raw materials. And after a long process, this has been in the making for a few years now, it was approved. It's a good study for the size of Bulgaria. It's a well-funded, can be much better funded, of course. But it's a 5-year program that involves 14 research organizations. The main goal, as I said, is to study the potential of Bulgaria for sustainable mining, processing, recycling of critical and strategic raw materials and their societal, economic, and environmental impact. It's a very ambitious goal. We're trying to do what we can. And here is the basic outline of this research initiative that we're just starting. There are practically 7 major work packages or directions. The first one is we're going to try to summarize actually the information available for each deposit and occurrence of critical raw materials in the country, their geologic controls, perspective areas. So we'll make a summary per critical element, we'll make a summary per deposit. Second package, we're going to look into tectonic and structural controls on the formation of those deposits with some other activities. Third one, estimating Bulgaria's potential for energy resources needed for the green transition. And these are oil, natural gas, coal, hydrogenation, tactics, let's say, low temperature, geothermal, and biofuels. And a point I want to make here that is often kind of set aside is that the hydrocarbons are the energy of the green transition. There is no other energy. These are the hydrocarbons, are the energy of the green transition. Once we do the green transition, the hydrocarbons are going to be left out of the equation, but they are the defining energy of the transition. We don't know actually what we have. We have good indications for decent hydrocarbon deposits. Our neighbor have, we don't know. The goal here is to try to, I'm not going to find the hydrocarbon deposit. I'm not going to drill for it, but to provide the basic geological knowledge that can be used by investors, government, and so on to make the right decisions for that. Fourth package, we're going to look for methods for efficient processing of the existing critical raw materials. Many of them are into the, as the previous speaker said, in the tailings. Let's say we know they're there. Sometimes they're in very good abundances, but also the extraction of those materials, even if they're there in good abundances, sometimes is problematic. That depends on the mineralogical and chemical structural features of the minerals that host those. So we're going to look at different pressure leaching, bioelectric chemical, microbial leaching, economic sustainability, suitability, and so on. Fourth one, yes, we're going to look into the industrial and residential waste. How much of those critical minerals are in the tailings? We have a lot of tailings. It's a historically mining region, and we never looked for critical minerals because they were not critical, they were not selling, not interested enough. Now they are. And for some of them, there's good indication that actually the tailings are the kind of the new ore deposits, considering how difficult it is to find new proper ore deposits. It gets more and more difficult as the good ones are already found out. Fourth one, there's going to be a group looking at the environmental impacts of mining in the regions that we mine currently, on air, water, soil, and biodiversity. And the last one, social and economic impacts, because these are important. People in Bulgaria, even though it's a mining country, the majority of the people, they don't know the benefits, the process, the risks, and so on. I end up with a summary. Not sure how much time I have, but if there's more time, I'm ready to answer any question. In fact, we do all live in a material world. Renewable energy requires massive amount of materials. I think that's pretty obvious. The transition to renewable energy requires massive amounts of non-renewable energy, and that's also a fact, unavoidable. Critical raw materials are critical because of negligence, not because of their abundance on Earth. The Critical Raw Materials Act of Europe is a late but welcomed measure that offers legislative proposals for appropriate and set ambitious goals. Ramping up mining is a slow, long-term process that relies heavily, in my opinion, on geological knowledge. Geological knowledge is critical for those critical raw materials. Something that I didn't talk about, but geologists are a species in decline. Geoscience in general in the world is declining. Enrollment is declining. Investment in geoscience in general is declining, and I hope the new needs of our society are beginning to turn the tide a little bit, but I think we need more centralized and concentrated efforts to keep geoscience alive. Many disciplines of geoscience are dying. Actually, they're not specialists in paleontology, classical disciplines, that we cannot do proper exploration without them. So we have to have a concerted effort to keep geoscience alive and thriving. And yes, there is a new research program in Bulgaria. If you have any questions, I am coordinating this program. I can relate you to answer any questions, probably not now, but later. If there are any specifics that you're interested, research collaborations, investment opportunities, I can connect you to the proper persons at least. Thank you for your attention. Questions, if anybody has? All clear. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Mabkout Al-Sayari from Advanced Material and Nanotechnology Research Center from Najran University, Saudi Arabia. So welcome to our presentation, and special welcome for those of you that came from long way down to Saudi. I hope you enjoy these days in Riyadh. My talk will be about a new approach for mining waste management. So, I think most of you familiar with the meaning of the waste management. It's the material left over after the mining extraction, including tailing, slags, and waste rock. What is the importance of management of the waste of the mining? It's crucial for environment protection, health, and safety. It's also regulatory compliance and resource efficiency. Also, it's a good investment, actually. It's sometimes in some of the mines, it becomes more value than the mine itself, since it doesn't need more investment for processing. So what we used as a traditional waste management in the mine, landfill disposal and dumping of the tailing and open dumping. These technologies, it has some limitation. The limitation is the environmental contamination and health risk and the resource inefficiency. So there is some emerging trend of the technologies. Some of them of these emerging technologies is already implemented, and some of them still in the R&D stage. Sustainable mining practices as an eco-friendly process and circular economy principle to reduce the waste generation, and zero waste mining, minimizing the waste creation and using by-product as a resource, and geochemical engineering, modifying the mining chemistry and using bioremediation to neutralize the toxic. The innovative waste management approach, so like waste to resource. So there is no waste. The waste here, it's a raw material here, and the waste here is a raw material there. So by using advanced technique to recover minerals and create construction material, for example, like tailing reprocessing, extracting residual mineral from old tailing and increasing economic value. And future remediation using plant to absorb contamination and restore damaged ecosystem. So there is some case studies already implement some of these technologies for Newmont mining, reprocessing tailing in the Nevada to recover gold and silver, and eco-tails using biodegradable polymer to improve tailing storage safety. And Amazon future remediation like native plant and for restoring land affected by gold mining. There is some challenges for this also. It's high-tech technologies, but still there is some challenge for it. It's a high upfront cost, and there is a lack of regulatory framework, and also scaling limitation. So the solution for it, in order to reduce the high upfront cost for R&D investment, and also for cross-sector collaboration and green technology incentive. For the future of mining waste management, using the new technologies, for example, automation and AI, by improved waste sorting and monitoring using advanced technologies, and also alternative energy, integrating renewable sources to reduce waste in the mining operation. And also for global standards for adopting of universal framework for sustainable waste management. So now I will give you a brief of Saudi mining sector and the relation of the Saudi vision for mining industry. The strategy of accelerating the growth of mineral value chain will contribute to the Saudi economy more than if the sector continues to grow naturally. This is by taking the advantage of the mineral resource in the kingdom and local demand to achieve diversity and growth in the GDP. The government has set a clear aspiration for the mining and mineral industry sector so that it becomes the third pillar of the industry in the kingdom. So what is the mining contribution to the government? There is 250,000 workers in the sector, and there is $7 billion to total export of the mining commodity, and the revenue $1.3 billion, and the contribution to the gross domestic product is $17 billion. So this is this slide to show you where is the let's say a map of the where is the mineral located, and to show the high future demand. And this can give us a picture what is going to happen after a few years' time with the waste of the mine itself. So there is important and need for future technologies for mining. And there is some like lesson learned from different countries, from Portuguese experience and Japanese experience and German and Indian, to for like Portuguese experience identifying the need of the industrial sector to transform into the digital industry sector. Japanese experience, like they used the robotic technology and set to use in the industrial field and enhancing the infrastructure. For like German experience, like encouraging and adopting innovation by society, program to stimulate the establishment of smart factories and rise the technology used in them. Indian experience to use of the nanotechnology in the food, textile, and medicine and other industries. The importance of the modern technologies and the clean energies in the achieving sustainable development, relying on the waste management and recycling system using clean method, proposing an integrated set of the investment in the infrastructure based on the environmentally friendly technologies, improving productivity, reducing poverty, and creating additional opportunities in the sustainable livelihood, maintaining air quality and green public transportation by relying on the renewable energy resource. Also, relying on the unfined strategy to create green building and improving electricity and water efficiency, providing access to clean energy service for authorities in the developing countries, green industrial transformation and mitigation of gas and thermal emission, increasing the proportional of employment and job opportunities, especially in the poor countries. Actually, the role of the emerging technologies in the future mining itself, as you can see, it's giving us how, like, the importance of the mining itself and the importance of the mining, that's mean operation and then creating of the waste. Like the application 2025 more than $1 trillion US. So there is some examples of the existing new technologies in the waste like management in the mining sector for reuse and reprocess, called R2. Reuse and processing the technology, using the waste as a feedstock to produce useful and environmentally safe product. And Ozonics technology, it's a chemical-free water recycling. Automation and digital operation of the mining automation, and dust suppression technologies. And also the research in the genomic mining, zero freshwater consumption strategy, surface miner, the technology for 3D mapping and underground imaging. It's also the liquid membrane emulsion technology, and design and implementation of the new ventilation system that continuously measures the air quality, creating a business model that is not just about the physical work in the mining operation, integrating Wi-Fi sensor into mines to track work output system and safety. So as a recommendation for the future mining waste management, enabling scientific research to anticipate and sustain the mining sector. Actually, the R&D, it's really crucial for mining sector, especially for mining waste, in order to reduce the high cost upfront technologies, Also rising awareness of the importance of the environment and the natural resources to stimulating the mandatory alternative and technology to rationalize consumption and protect natural resources, and also support national talent and of entrepreneurs, especially for the SMEs. And also supporting and empowering small and medium-sized companies in the mining sector. Search for the option for economic incentive to encourage mining companies to improve management and adopt minimum environmental standards. Enhancing integration between government, legislative body, and the investors. I can conclude my talk by three, let's say, pillars. Transformation, sustainable practices and technologies are reshaping the mining waste management, and also innovation, reprocessing and waste to resource technology drive environmental responsibility, and future focus, moving toward the efficiency, sustainability, and environmental restoring. So thank you for listening. I try to summarize it and make it as a summary, so I'm happy to answer. Is there any question? Any question? Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you for your talk. I would like to ask you, have you done any related research in terms of mining waste?
Yes, as we have done 3 research projects in a mining waste, especially for crusher and aggregate. As you know, here in Saudi, we have different geological area. We do it in Najran area, where is the rock is different from here in Riyadh. We use it, and all the the aggregate area, they have like mountain of waste. So what we do, we try to separate the waste itself and reuse it for bricks industry. This is one of the experience. When it comes to the chemical composition for bricks industry, it's been confirmed that like they're using a lower percentage of the cement, which means cost at the end of the day, and also this waste being used as a replacement of the soil that you you can take it from like different places, and where is the valley, and it's something a prohibited area. You cannot take it. This is one of the project that we worked in. And the second project, we used the waste or the seed of the date itself, and we use it as a as a photocatalysis with the zinc, with the waste of the zinc oxide itself. We use it as a to remove a heavy metal in the industrial wastewater itself. Yeah, this is the.
Okay, thank you.
Any question?
Sure. 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 Thank you. الله يرضى عليك يا هلا. يا اخي تخوف.
أقول
Can you hear me? Okay, excellent. Thank you. Hello, everybody, and good afternoon. My pleasure to be here to present our work here. Actually, our truck is right outside the venue here. You can see it. And it's a unique development. It's using the hydrogen power, so it doesn't burn diesel. It's a zero emission. Only byproduct produces water, and you can drink it. It's very clean energy truck. And by the way, it's also a smart truck. It's using the autonomous technology. So the why we bring the truck here, because we think that truck fits very well about this future mineral forum, because we believe the future of the mining, number one, has to be sustainable, right? And we want to reduce the carbon emissions. And number two, we want to be more safer. So we want to have a less accident. So that truck, by using the autonomous technology, is automatically keeping the lane distance, keeping the driving distance. It doesn't go to the rear end with the front truck, so reduce accident. And also to some extent, in some remote area where people don't want to go to work, we can use autonomous driving to hold the materials. So that's why we think the truck can be used for this mining industry. I'd like to start with my presentation right now. So we would like to hear your feedback. To our understanding, we think the carbon emission from mining industry account for 2 to 3% of the global CO2 emissions. Maybe not a big number, but every percent count in the emission reduction. And also for the mining specifically, there's several reasons we emitting the CO2 here. And for example, we use a diesel-powered machinery to dig in mines, right? So that's when the mining operation, where the mining operation emitting the CO2. And also processing and smelting, you also burning the fossil fuel, burning natural gas. That's another resource, another source to producing the CO2. For example, I know in Saudi Arabia there's recently a big project that Aramco, which is our investor, work with Bao steel manufacturer in China. They make a JV in Saudi Arabia to produce a steel. And that process, depending on how you produce steel, that can produce a lot of carbon emissions. That's a part of the processing emission. The last part, which I'm going to into, is the transportation. We think there are two types of truck in the mining industry. One is a very big truck. You may hauling maybe say 100 ton, 300 ton, very big truck. That inside the mine, go slower, the kind of made by Caterpillar or big guys, And those are one of the truck. But there's also other truck, smaller size, which haul this mine, the material, to the smelter, maybe another 50 kilometer away, that goes through the open public road. So those trucks will be road legal, smaller vehicles. But when I say small, they're still 50, 100 tons. So that's something we're going to go into the market. So we think that part of the transportation emission will probably account for 10 to 20% for your carbon emission for the mining. So depend on where you are and what's your strategy. I think many leading mining companies in the world right now setting their sustainability goal for the future. And so if you want to reducing your carbon emissions for your operation, I think you need to account how many carbon emitted from your truck. And I can give you a simple number here. For every diesel truck, for every road legal diesel truck, 49 ton heavy loaded truck, we're probably emitting roughly 100 tons CO2 every year per truck. So depending on how many trucks you have here, you can easily calculate how many CO2 you are emitting every year. And also, so we can offer the proper solution for that work. Can we play the song here?
Hyperview truck is a very unique development. It's a development that aims to...
maybe there's, let's wait a little bit.
Today, carbon emissions from heavy-duty trucking make about 25% of total mobility emissions. The Hyperview truck is powered by hydrogen, hence it...
Hold on 1 second. We are solving the technical problem here. So basically, this truck is we work together with Saudi Aramco, and Aramco being our investor on this project. So this truck is a unique development that uses hydrogen and autonomous technology together, and we actually drove the truck to the Riyadh to attend the show here, and so you can see. It's a very sleek-looking truck here. It's designed for the public road mining. And because it's using power by the hydrogen, so it doesn't produce any emission. So only product from the truck is water. The way the hydrogen truck works is essentially it's an electrified truck. It's powered by electricity, but different than the battery electric. It doesn't have a big battery to provide the electricity. Rather, we use hydrogen, go through the fuel cell system, producing electricity on board, and then drive the truck. So by this way, we can use a lot of energy because hydrogen has a lot more energy than the battery electric. So that truck is very good for heavy loading and long distance driving. So when we say heavy loading, it fits very well to the mining industry. We see the biggest truck always come from mining. So we think one day the mining industry, when we try to decarbonize, we definitely think that hydrogen will be one of the feasible options. And so speaking of this truck's unique development here, if we can summarize, we think there's several specific things for the trucking here. Number one is an autonomous solution. So when we say autonomous, I think we provide value. We have two values here. The number one value is the safety. Our system is automatically keeping the vehicle distant from vehicle. So say you drive the truck and you look at your phone and you get distracted. You may run into the front vehicle here. But in this truck, that will not happen because we have a radar, we have a sensor in front of the truck. We monitor distance for you. So if you get into too close, we'll brake for you. So that's the number one. We reduce accident for the truck accident. And number two, this truck can be upgraded to the full autonomous operation. Autonomous operation may be challenging on the public road because on real-world public road, there's too many vehicles on the road here, and a very complex situation on the road traffic. So it's difficult to be full autonomous. However, for mining, we think that's really an opportunity here because mining, where mining happens, is usually happen on a remote area where there's nobody work on the truck, where nobody drive on the road here. So that perfect environment to drive an autonomous solution on the mining road here. So, and also potentially, we also work with other partners here. We develop technology with one leading driver in the front, with several trucks following. So that can be automated train, like a road train on the road here. So I think that all open the opportunity for the mining industry. So that's why we think autonomous will have a big usage on the mining industry. And the number two is the zero emission. So different than the battery electric approach here, we provide the zero emission, but without the range anxiety. You don't need to worry about the range. You don't have to charging several hours before back to operation here. Because by talking to the mining operator here, we understand many mines operate on 24/7 basis. They operate most of the time of the day and the night. They probably only leave half hour in the midnight to refuel the diesel equipment, whatever, to service the equipment. And many times they want to continue operation here. So in this case, for our truck, refuel hydrogen only takes 10 minutes. So that equipment can back to work right away here. But if you use battery electric, you probably have to charging for 3 hours, 4 hours before back to the work. So that's another thing here. I think we think the hydrogen really suitable for the mining industry. And but you may have a question about where we get hydrogen, and I have a slide for you, and we can explore a little bit on the option here. And the number 3 is about the user experience. Maybe this is not about too much for the trucking for the mining industry. However, for the road truck here, for long distance haul road truck, because our driver live inside the truck for 7 days, they make truck a home here. So it's important to make the truck driver feel a little bit more comfortable. So that's why we upgrade the interior. We make the truck very smart. So make the very good living room for the long distance hauling driver here. But end of the day here, the reason we provide a lot of opportunity feature on the truck, autonomous, digital cockpit, energy management, hydrogen-powered solutions, they're all because of the software. That thing I want to set the stage here for the truck here. We want to convert the truck fundamentally from a mechanical truck to a software-defined digital truck. We think that's very important because once we make a digital truck, we provide a lot of opportunity and the function upgrade features to a truck here. I believe the mining industry also go to the digitalized age too. You may have a lot of mining operation management software you want to run on the truck here. You want to know your logistics. You want to know your mining progress. You want to monitor the safety of the truck. All the features can be provided by the software features. So that's very important. So to make your truck, it's upgradable. It have a strong computer. It can provide a lot of software capability here. That's all implemented in this truck. There are several key features on the truck here. So number 1, it produces zero emission for the trucking. And that's good for the sustainability for the trucking mining industry. And that truck, as a standard configuration, the one outside the show here, carry 59 kilogram hydrogen. What does it mean for you? So our truck consumes 8 kilogram hydrogen per every 100 kilometer driving range here. So for that nearly 60 kilogram hydrogen here, it's good for 700 kilometer driving without any refuel here. And if you refuel for 10 minutes, you drive another 700 kilometer driving. So that's very long distance driving. And all our trucks come with a standard automated feature. So that will provide a lot of labor saving and active safety features. A few words about the truck design here. The truck is designed to be an aerodynamic shape. The reason for that is we want to reduce air resistance while driving. This may not be very important for the mining truck, for slow driving mining truck, because your speed is not very high. You don't spend a lot of energy on pushing through the air here. But for the highway truck, if you drive the truck on the open public road, because the truck needs to push the air away to drive, so make an aerodynamic shape here is very important to reduce the air resistance. So that's something we put on design here. So this is the interior looking for the truck here. And we designed the truck to be all the digital cockpit here and single seat driving, because we don't think you ever need a second driver anymore when have this automated feature. So this is very modern-like the truck here. I think many truck drivers will fight for the job here if you have this truck on your mining work. So, and we have a lot of sensor around truck here. That's how the truck supporting the autonomous feature. So we have a LiDAR on the top, we have camera, we have radar, we have a lot of sensors surrounding the truck here. So that can give the truck 360-degree view of the surrounding environment. So by those features, so truck knows the surrounding very well, provide autonomous capability. I summarize this very simple comparison with the EV truck here. And with the hydrogen truck and the battery electric truck, the hydrogen truck is very good for heavy loading. So if you haul very heavy mining materials, hydrogen truck provide a much better performance than battery electric truck. And also for the operation temperature, if you ever drive an electric car, the electric car, the driving range shrink when in the winter conditions because you use the air condition to heat. But that's not the case for hydrogen truck. Hydrogen truck produces energy, same amount of energy regardless of the environmental temperature. So you drive the truck in a very cold mining area that maintains same driving range. So that's the beauty for the hydrogen truck here. That doesn't shrink the range for the driving the cold temperature. I think the world, there's many mining industry happen in the cold area, in North Pole, in South Pole, in any cold area here. The hydrogen truck will be your friend. It doesn't affect your performance on the cold weathers. And also, for the refuel operation, that's very good part for the hydrogen truck. The refuel hydrogen truck, just like a refuel diesel fuel, only takes 10 minutes. It doesn't take a long time. Very good for the 24/7 continual operation for the mining. So it doesn't need hours, long hour charging here. And for refuel station infrastructure, so for refuel hydrogen, it's only a standard equipment, a 35 megapascal, 70 megapascal system, which are readily available today. Actually, for this country, for Saudi Arabia, we already have several leading customers in Saudi here, DHL, Aramco, Sadavco. We're going to set up the refuel station for them. We're going to use the exactly same refuel station for mining, so that the mature technology and doesn't require anything to be developed. So a few words about the hydrogen. I put these slides up because I think many people will have a question about how where to get hydrogen. So actually, the hydrogen is not a strange stuff. The industry has been producing hydrogen for many, many years. And you can use the gas to convert hydrogen. For example, natural gas. That's how the Aramco produced hydrogen for years. And that's what we call the blue hydrogen. And also, you can use the solar panel to produce the electricity, and go through electrolyzer, produce hydrogen. That's how we call the green hydrogen. And also, for many coal mines, there's many, working with coal mine, so the coke oven gas. The majority component in the coke oven gas is hydrogen. So you just need to simply add some purification process. You can extract hydrogen from the coke oven gas. So what I mean here is there's plenty of way to produce hydrogen and properly on site for you. You don't have to carry hydrogen far away from the external environment. You may likely produce hydrogen on site, produce your own fuel on site, support the mining operation. I think that can be very good for you. Maybe a safe cost on future because you don't have to buy diesel from outside. Also good for environment because you don't produce any CO2 for the truck operation. Those are our existing customers for the Saudi Arabia here. We work with Aramco, DHL, Resi Global, Sadavco, Ajamil, Nahadi, all those probably your familiar name in Saudi here. We also have a European customer, Highland, although also we have an Asia customer. So globally, the hydrogen truck is becoming more and more popular. And hopefully the mining industry can start try this truck too. So I believe this will provide a lot of value for the mining industry. And those are our eco partner for the hydrogen system. So who's going to provide the hydrogen fuel? Who go to the refuel station? And also for the vehicle leasing service and also sales and service network. So those also can support the mining industry also. So there's a small video from the Aramco that's supporting this activity, but probably there's a sound issue here, but don't worry about it. So hopefully we already made clear about this truck introduction. And so last word, you are all invited to see our truck outside. It's right outside the building here. We have our technical staff here, and we can demonstrate the truck for you. So it's a very good, very beautiful truck. You cannot miss it. So I would like to save a few minutes for the questions, and I don't know if anybody has a question about the hydrogen, about CO2 emission from the truck, and also any other question I can answer. So thank you very much. Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Frank Alloguet from Cosmodary Energy. Just a quick one. Do you think that this technology can actually be used for all the other heavy machinery on the mine, like dump trucks? Can it be adjusted or adapted to those type of equipment to further save on emissions?
I think the answer is yes. Actually, today's mining equipment, is actually the principle is a diesel generator producing the electricity and power the equipment. And this truck is the same. We use the hydrogen to produce the electricity to power the truck. So we just need to replace the diesel genset on the equipment. We can use this technology. So what I mean here is we should be able to converting a lot of your machinery to the hydrogen powered as well. But the reason we bring the truck is because that's our existing product. But for future, we can talk about that part too. So.
Thank you.
Tasneem Al-Kufaishi from Ma'aden. Absolutely loved your comparison between hydrogen and electric trucks. I think the operational cost is something that you didn't quite touch on. I'm very interested to see how you compared your operating costs, including life of truck and the like, between diesel, electric, and hydrogen to justify the business case.
Sure. You mean to compare the cost between the hydrogen, electric, the diesel, perhaps?
So whole of life cost, operational cost, replacement costs, spare
The
parts,
total cost
and the
ownership
like.
over years,
Correct.
right?
So if I was a business or if I was to go back to Ma'aden to justify deploying such technology, I would need to consider the upfront capital costs, but also the operational costs. And we do operate in harsh environments, as you would appreciate.
Sure. So here, what I'm thinking. I am not an expert on the mining industry, so I don't know your total cost composition. However, I give you an example on the highway trucking. So for our typical, the logistic customer, their yearly cost consists of the vehicle cost, the fuel cost, the road toll, and the maintenance. And I can tell you the fuel cost account for 20 to 30% of their year cost. I think that maybe on the mining industry, you guys also spend a lot on fuel. That probably is a significant cost. So from that perspective, I think that we can compare the hydrogen with electricity and with the diesel. I think in this country, in Saudi, it's a little bit unfair competition because diesel is heavily subsidized, right? But we see the diesel price going up and up gradually. So if you compare, say we did a break-even analysis on the road truck already. So with the diesel price about say $80 per liter, which is international global price. So as long as the hydrogen price become $2 per kilogram, that will become break-even. And I can give the number. Say I know in Saudi, in this country, we have ample sunshine. We have a lot of sun powers. The electricity price from the renewable energy from the solar panel is 1 kilowatt, is 1 US cents per kilowatt hour. So, and every 50 kilowatt hour power generation goes through 1 kilogram hydrogen. So that equivalent means roughly half US dollar convert to become 1 kilogram hydrogen. And for our road vehicles, as long as it's $2 per kilogram, we already break even. Now we think that Saudi has the potential to produce a far less cheap hydrogen in Saudi because we have a very good sun resource here. So I think you're from Ma'aden? Okay. So ma'am, so if you don't mind, after a meeting, we can have your contact, work with your team, operation team. We can get your existing calculation sheet for your current operation. We can calculate potentially how much you're going to pay for the hydrogen powered system. I think we can make a competitive offer. So, thank you. Any question about the hydrogen, about the truck, and about the autonomous? Yes, please.
Hello. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Lucas Bertin. I work for EPC Group, a drilling and blasting company. I'm an ESG specialist. I was wondering about the GHG emissions that you spoke about. It is true that for hydrogen we have zero emission on scope 1, but we do have on scope 3, as you explained, on manufacturing the hydrogen. Have you performed the comparison in scopes 1, 2, and 3? Both comparing your truck to a traditional truck just to see the difference?
I'm not expert on the scope 1, 2, 3 classification thing, okay, but I'd like to learn from you after the meeting, okay? But I can tell you the manufacturer of this truck is pretty much close to the manufacturer traditional diesel truck. The manufacturing process is the same. The beauty of the truck is you don't have emission during the usage because you use hydrogen, right? So you produce no carbon emissions. And by the way, you should be able to earn a carbon credit by using the hydrogen truck because other guys produce emission, right? So if you can reduce your emission footprint by using the truck, you should be able to get a carbon credit. Depending on where you are, that also worth some money. So.
Sorry, just one other comment. It's just that it depends on how you're manufacturing your hydrogen, because if you're manufacturing with coal, for example, energy, it will be very high in GHG emissions. So when you take into account the scope 3, it can result even worse than using an electric vehicle or a traditional vehicle. But we can talk about it later.
Yes, yes. Let's talk about it later. You know, just one more word to that. So, we just talked about the manufacturing process for the truck. There's also manufacturing process for hydrogen. Right? Depending on how you produce hydrogen, right? If you use the solar panel to produce hydrogen, that's probably the greenest way, right? But if you use natural gas to produce hydrogen, unless you use the carbon capture, you have to emit CO2 also. So depending on how you use it. But I will talk to you after the meeting. Sir?
Yes, I haven't been from the beginning of your speech, maybe it was in your presentation. I was wondering about the weight of the truck, because in mining industry is simply saying moving rocks. So the total weight, it counts, looking at the tires and all equipment. So how this truck differs from the normal trucks in a sense of weight?
Let me put a simple analogy here. You can imagine just like you have a diesel truck. You replace the engine with a fuel cell system. And so the only difference is about the engine weight and the fuel cell system weight, right? So if my fuel cell system weight is heavier than the engine, so your truck weight heavier. But if my fuel cell system is lighter than the diesel engine, the total weight will be less, right? But I want to know where you come from, sir. So because for me, if I sell the truck to a logistics company, they normally ask me for lighter vehicle because they can hold more stuff. Is that your question? Do you want me to make a lighter vehicle body? You can hold more mines?
I'm just asking about how many rocks we can put more in the truck.
Oh, I see.
To be durable.
Okay.
To carry more.
Yeah. So you care the same thing about the logistics company. So you want to carry more goods on the same truck, right? So in mining industry, right? So we have to specifically work on the mining case here. But for the road truck, right now we are on par with the diesel truck. So we don't spend more weight on the vehicle. We want to carry more stuff for the customer. But for mining, we will do the same. And just give you some number here. The tractor head for the road vehicle, the one outside is weighing 10 tons, with the trailer weight about 8 tons. So total, the tractor head and the trailer is about 18 tons. So if you haul 49 tons goods, you roughly can carry another 30 tons for the payload. But we understand for the mining industry, usually you have a heavier load, right? You are a bigger truck, so we can design specifically also. So I have to know your requirements. So, thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much.
All right, can everybody hear me? Usually I'm a loud talker, so that's not going to be a problem. I recognize this is the very last session of the day, and I know that that's always a bummer, so maybe we should take some deep breaths first, and I will definitely try to entertain you. It's wonderful to see former colleagues and bosses in the audience, so with that, it's wonderful to be here. I'm here to talk about towards nature-positive mining. So the mining industry certainly has, as an extractive industry, a number of reputational risks and or associations with the way the earth is used. And there are a bunch of different ways that we are bringing environmental services and or environmental products to market, and we think the restoration ecology and economy could be really important. I work at a company called South Pole, which is a carbon climate mitigation company. We're probably a little strange to you. I'll give a brief intro in a second. But really, the key here is we're not going to live in a world with cell phones in our pockets without mining or drive here. One of the ways that we could try to mitigate these emissions is through nature-based solutions, which is using the power of ecology to bring about a restorative climate and a restorative economic system. It's really from the point of view of the mining companies. Sorry, I'm walking in the way, aren't I? It's about risk management, right? You guys are seeing lots of climate exposures in your operations. You're seeing the need to strengthen relationship with key stakeholders, whether they're end buyers of your products or stakeholder communities around your mining sites. We're also thinking that it's really important to try to bring about long-term financial success, not selling only mineral components, but part of the circular economy, right? I just was speaking with some folks from Vale who are using tailings as a marketable product. And we're thinking that carbon benefits and biodiversity credits or claims are going to be a part of that as new revenue streams. Really briefly, because this presentation is going to be with them, you can have access to it later. We've been around as a company for roughly 18 years. We've done a lot of carbon credit project development. We've abated roughly 200 million tons through a variety of project activities, including fuel switching, like to hydrogen, which I just learned a lot about. And we have roughly 820 people spread throughout the world. The vision is over 1,000 companies decarbonizing, about 200 million. As I said, that's sort of 5 times the annual emissions of Switzerland. And we've been involved since 2006 in developing carbon credit projects for the voluntary and compliance markets. Here's a number of companies we work with. And now getting to sort of the conundrum that you guys face, right? How do we keep mining and how do we supply the world with necessary commodities and not continue to represent 4 to 7% of global greenhouse gas emissions? Most of that, by the way, is coal and coal bed methane leaching. So if you're not involved in that piece of the mining world, that's a little bit better. But it is important to think about how your footprint and your image and your product are moving around the world, and whether or not an altered climate in the future impacts your ability to continue to do business. And our supposition is that a climate-altered future increases a bunch of physical risks and a bunch of climate risks for your operations. But the scope, we've been hearing about scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. There's a fair number of those associated with steel and aluminum. Most of the mining companies, many of the ones here, have net zero targets and are on their way, and most of them don't really include scope 3. This is too many words for late in the day. I get that. The climate risks that we're talking about for the mine sites, and you guys can allude to more than what we've got, but a bunch of them are physical challenges, right? Water and energy are going to be more constrained in the future. You've got increased precipitation. You've got sort of extreme weather events, droughts, et cetera. And those are going to include wildfire risks. So we're starting to see a lot of climate-altered dynamics, like the big fires in California that are happening in the US right now in what should be a nice wet winter season. Doesn't look like fire season is seasonal anymore. It looks like we're going to start to see those things globally in a more regular affair. And those are going to impact operations. I think it's also important to consider that likely there's going to be issues associated with employee health, especially as temperatures rise. And the shifts in commodity demand is going to be interesting as we move into this energy transition and or whatever the next cell phone dynamic chemicals are going to be, because most mining companies are really dependent upon a couple of different commodities. So being flexible in that way to generate multiple revenue streams is going to be interesting. Perhaps the most important piece of the puzzle is really obtaining the social license to operate, right? And that's your big ESG dynamic. All right, that's a whole lot of stuff. I think I'm going to stay with the most important piece at the bottom, which is really a focus for carbon, water, soils, ecosystems, and social and economic benefits and livelihoods for all kinds of landscapes that surround your mine site. So the restoration work that's required for whatever your concession agreement looks like is important, but we believe that there's a much bigger opportunity at a landscape scale for restoration in buffer zones around your concession areas, for example, or your land areas, where you can drive ecosystem benefits with associated stakeholders and on your lands as well. The carbon credit projects in certified markets are going to be fetching much higher prices, especially in these new compliance markets. And it isn't going to compete with your minerals, mind you, or your metals, but it is going to cover potentially operating costs, right? And I think a couple examples from the mining world, right? The catalytic role from having these large landscapes and these large land holdings gives you the power to have a number of different nature-based interventions. Those are not only tree planting, which is normally what everybody considers, right? Nature-based solutions, let's plant trees, that's great. But there's also a bunch of work protecting wetlands, riparian areas, biodiversity impacts, and biodiversity markets are now selling biodiversity credits and or claims, depending upon the market you move into. And those are likely to generate revenue. I think I'll give you an example from Rio Tinto, which has a project that is roughly 500,000 hectares that they've put in a mix of activities. There's restoration of degraded landscapes and degraded and previously mined areas. There's a fair amount of land management activities, which incorporates planning for watershed management, hydropower, water retention and reduction in floodwaters, erosion control, and a bunch of livelihoods impacts for people that are indirect stakeholders in this mine area. And in that 500,000 hectares, they're generating roughly 1 million tons of carbon credits a year. Those credits are going to be CORSIA compliant, which currently is selling at about $35. So that's a $35 million return on a relatively large investment, but the project life cycle for that is 40 years. Another one, Anglo-American is exploring using nature-based solutions for biodiversity, specifically in Brazil. And those carbon neutral goals are specifically focusing on ways that they can enhance biodiversity benefits through using their mined lands as biodiversity corridors or bridges or links between various ecosystems that become separated as a result of the actual mining activity. And then in North America, there is a company, Tech. You guys are familiar with all three of these, I expect. And one of the interesting things that Tech is doing is really capturing indigenous knowledge, right? Local communities and local knowledge for wildfire management specifically. And wildfires in North America are increasingly more common and more virulent. But the nurseries and revegetation areas are really focused on now using native species instead of what was usually used in the past, are plantations of exotics that were fast-growing monocultures. And those are now heavily discouraged because the local biodiversity isn't adapted to it. And they also end up not surviving very well. So it's an interesting market, these carbon credits. I think it's of use to think that in this there's a chart here of sort of cost rising and then CO2 potential, or the removal, and you see at the bottom, the cheaper things are these nature-based solutions, and that kind of makes sense, right? We've evolved with ecosystems on planet Earth for 4 billion years. It's like the appropriate technology solution. And we are working more or less in this biochar dynamic, which is really important for re-fertilizing soils so that you can engage in afforestation and reforestation and restoration more effectively. But these direct air capture and enhanced weathering are significantly more expensive, but are still possibilities for mining companies, especially because you guys happen to have lots and lots of access to things like lime, right? There is one thing that's interesting to recognize in the carbon market world. There's a distinct preference for what they call removals as opposed to avoidance. So we're not trying to conserve and protect and alleviate the future cutting of a forest. Instead, what they're really focusing on is sequestration out of the atmosphere now. That was driven to a great extent by the direct air capture and sort of the high-tech people. But we're seeing that you can generate these removals after a couple of years at scale. There's a whole process to bringing a carbon project like any other project to market, and we'd be happy to walk you through that at any point. I think a couple of trends for you guys. These are sort of more on the macroeconomic side and probably of interest. So in terms of getting to net zero, you can see this is a baseline emission scenario of the planet, and essentially this orange section shows you where we're heading. And if we don't reduce from, start funding climate action and have some sort of positive benefit in the short term, we're not going to get there, right? We're not going to be able to keep a 2-degree world. So there's sort of a physical demand that's working and driving the net zero focus, because we need to be down here, and instead we're up in the orange, right? This is global emissions. And again, you're not the culprit, right? You have your 4 to 7% of the emissions, as does transportation, as does housing, as does... So the idea is just how do we participate in creating a net zero market, and in this case, use growing markets and revenue generation of new products on your already existing assets. And these are 2 different projections sort of what the market looks like in 2023 for carbon credit sales. This is a commodity market that doesn't look like minerals, but it's burgeoning and growing. And this is an assessment from MSCI or Trove. I don't know if you're familiar with them. They're sort of market research entities in carbon credits. Their projections are that we're going to be in the 8.4 gigaton scenario in an optimistic future for carbon. So we're going from 0.16 gigatons last year, or 2023, to a massive scale up in demand. This is going to be driven by the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change's Article 6, which is country-to-country trading, which is now required. And it's also going to be driven by airlines and the CORSIA compliance market. The difference is over here, it's more voluntary, and over here, it's more compliance. So regulatory compliance markets are going to drive investments. And I think it's important. This is a similar assessment done by Bloomberg. And then lastly, it's just an environment of significant demand outstripping supply. So this is an opportunity to create a product that's going to be higher priced, right? 2 quick points on the next 2 slides. You'll see here, this is sort of the growth in capital committed to NBS, to all carbon projects, but you'll notice that NBS, which is this jurisdictional red, nature restoration, and red plus, so pretty much these green factors here are the amount of money that's been committed to generate these offsets. And the market is going to be exploding. And then lastly, it's who's giving that money, right? And you'll notice that it used to start out, it was asset owners like yourselves, mining companies, and corporates, and we're starting to see huge investments from investment funds, right? That's the biggest sort of new actor in the climate change space, are investment banks coming in to finance and capitalize these, thinking about the change in price of the credits as they come for compliance markets. So it's fascinating to watch as investment banks arrive with the money and the flash, and they say, okay, we're ready to invest. You do what we say, but the view on the ground doesn't work that way. So there's a disjunct between the expectations of the banks and the money people and the people on the ground who can actually do the work. They don't fit in scale terms. The asset owners are looking for $5 million to plant forests on 4,000 hectares, and the banks want to invest a minimum of 25 million. And so we're having to bundle and create activities at scale, which means we're engaging with governments more. All right, let's see. I think you don't need that. I'm going to show you an example of one in Colombia, and then I'm going to sort of break for questions, I think. This is a case in Colombia where mining activities, this is a project that we ran through the cycle and we've been selling carbon credits from in the market for years. And so they're finding ways to capture a separate revenue stream from an area that was sort of wildcatted, right? So in Colombia, this particular landscape, it's roughly 1,300 hectares, something like that. So not huge, right? But nevertheless, this is what it looked like. There were just massive amounts of illegal artisanal miners that showed up and started stripping landscapes and river systems, pulling out gold mostly. And so this project is called Asorpar. It is certified under the Voluntary Carbon Standards, or VERA, if you're familiar with those. And the VERA requirements, it's now in its third verification. We've been doing those about every 4 or 5 years, where auditors come and determine what happened on the ground and if indeed our projections and growth rates are holding up. And we're expecting that there's roughly 130,000 credits that are going to be issued in this third tranche. And those finances in this case, because it was illegal mining, it wasn't like a mining company, there is no end user who's accountable for paying for the restoration work. And we're using carbon finance in this case to generate, this is what the area looks like, 10 years later. Essentially restored to some extent. It's not a completely native primal, forest, but it's on its way. And we use a bunch of native trees as foster ecosystems to create a biodiversity benefit, hydrologic benefit, erosion control, and the native trees bring in more bird activity, more birds disperse more seeds, and then you end up having sort of a catalytic effect in that way. Let's see. All right, so there are a couple of other slides in the back of this, which are sort of examples of mining projects or NBS projects that mining companies have undertaken. But I don't know that this is rocket science to any of you, right? It's just accessing the market with expertise to bring a new product to market, which is something that we've been working with a few mining companies on currently, and we'd love to expand the reach, and we'd also love it for mining companies to see that working on an increased impact on ESG dynamics is an investment in their future, as opposed to thinking of it only as a cost and a burden. I guess with that, these are sort of simple cases. And again, I think will the presentation be available to them later? Okay, maybe, we're not sure. Maybe. So in Peru, upland mine sites where people are generating, again, it's forest conservation and restoration. Here again in Colombia, these of course NBS works outside of Latin America. It's just the examples I happen to pick. And then, there you go. There's another case which is a sustainable timber plantation. I know in Madagascar we're working right now on a project activity which is also sustainable timber on a very large mine site that is for, I want to say, molybdenum or maybe inputs for stainless steel. But all right, so with that, why don't you guys, I guess I'll answer questions if you have them, and I'll leave you here. Any questions about accessing carbon markets or biodiversity markets? Yeah. Oh, he's bringing it.
Thanks so much. My name is Gavin Tates, the CSO for Renovator Solution Group, a fellow ecologist. Very happy to see your presentation. Biodiversity credits is evolving quite quickly.
Yes.
I hope they don't repeat the same mistakes as carbon credits. And that's one driver for nature-based solutions in mining. But do you have any examples that you could share where they are used in operations, for example, constructed wetlands, for tailings management or bioremediation, etc., that you have already implemented for some of your clients?
Okay, so there's really two questions in there. Thank you for both of them. The first one is a quick sort of historical look at the landscape of biodiversity markets. And then a second are examples where ecosystems, specifically potentially constructed ecosystems like wetlands are used with companies that we've worked with. So the first one is the biodiversity markets concept is now, well, carbon markets, which have had some challenges, especially with respect to nature-based solutions, with respect to the quality of those projects and the quality of the certification standards. If you think about a commodity market, a new one, the carbon market is roughly 21 or 2 years old. And it's now in the end of 2023, which is the last date we have metrics for, it was just over $1 trillion traded. This is the voluntary system, not the compliance system. EU ETS accounts for already, I think, 30 billion, roughly 30 billion in trade. So it's beginning to be a legitimate activity. The biodiversity markets question comes from the fact that carbon uses a metric ton of CO2 equivalent that's created anywhere in the world as a fungible unit. And biodiversity markets are really much more ecosystem dependent, right? So the kind of benefit I have in a tundra system is different than in a desert system, is different than in a tropical wet forest system. And there have been great challenges trying to figure out, for the demand side, the people that are buying biodiversity benefits and credits, how do they relate to each other and what kind of action is needed to create a value. There are currently, and we just had a very big conference of the parties in Colombia that was the biodiversity convention, and it looks like there's a trend towards national level compliance markets where they define what is the tradable item, right? And often that's in area of land that has been improved specifically with monitoring and reporting for biodiversity benefits. So you demonstrate you had positive impact on on 100 hectares, and then that you issue, according to the rules of the Colombian biodiversity market, a credit for trade. And then if I'm a company that is cutting down forests, I need to offset with credible credits in that market. There are somewhere on the order, you might even know this better than me, but there's something like a dozen compliance markets at national scales. The rest of the world is trying to make, and most of the corporates that are really pushing the agenda on biodiversity implementation are working on claims. So they credibly claim the benefits they have from their project activities, but they're not issuing credits, and yet those claims are generating revenue for a bunch of different ways in which they're reducing erosion, they're increasing forest cover, they're changing temperatures, they're, in many cases, the most important are flood control. Now, South Pole, as I mentioned, we worked with 1,000 plus clients all over the world over the last 18 years, and in the NBS space, we built a number of constructed wetlands, specifically for nitrate processing through trees and plants. There are a number of other systems that are biocharred, so we build a bunch of biomass growing on toxic chemicals. Then those get pyrolyzed or burned into biochar, and then they're land applied in an inert form that is fertilizer. So you can take a degraded mine site, right, where there's been some sort of surface removal, and you'll add biomass from, typically from the same landowner, right, the same holding of the mining company, where there's an improved forest management component not on the mine section, that's some future dynamic to be harvested. That's pyrolyzed, spread across an impacted area, which dramatically improves water retention, soil fertility, and the capacity to grow the forest of the future on that degraded site. So we've done some constructed wetlands work, and that's in North America, Europe, and Latin America, and we've done a fair amount of sort of the aggregated biochar approach to restoration with usually native species and a landscape ecology approach that is focused on not only carbon, but focused on biodiversity, usually claims, which means we have fixed reporting, monitoring, reporting, and verification processes that third-party auditors come and check, and those claims are then used as part of the ESG story. Now, if it's a biodiversity credit, those are expensive, and they're worth a lot of money. We're finding that the compliance markets in those 12 systems, that the credits are worth on average, something like 5 to 10 times what a carbon credit is worth. So, any other questions about ecosystem service markets? Or is it just too late in the day? Everybody's torched. Yeah, you have one? No, he's torched. Yeah. No? Anybody here engaged with your company in an ecosystem service project or a carbon credit project? Yeah? The ecologist here. Anybody else? Is this totally outside the realm of your conception of what the mining company should be doing? Yeah? Outside? Anybody ever bought a carbon credit? For all the flying? Offset your plane travel? No. All right. So this is novel. You guys, this is new to you. It's only like 20 years old on planet Earth, so it's not that surprising. But interestingly, this might be your first taste of something that you're going to see coming more frequently in the future. I guess with that, is there a question over here? All right, I think we do have one.
Okay, thank you for the floor. My question is, when you are on the process of mining, you kill a lot of animals, like species of animals. But when it comes to restoration, how do you find? Do you really think of the number of animals that maybe were killed or maybe moved from the space? Then do you try to recover those animals like snakes or different types of?
Okay, that's a great question. So it's an integrated question of what you measure is what you manage for, right? And if you don't measure it, it's typically not necessarily a priority. When we're working with a client to try to work through a biodiversity claim or a carbon restoration activity in general, we want to be monitoring a number of different flora and fauna characteristics that we're then going to create. In theory, we create the structure within that ecosystem for those different animals to move and migrate and repopulate. So we're going to be measuring insects. We're going to be measuring a bunch of different arthropods in the soil. We're going to be measuring amphibians, as well as like your snakes, right? A bunch of reptiles, and then birds and mammals to a great extent. And so we'll take surveys of those ecosystems, and if they're already degraded, we'll go to something that is comparable nearby, usually in an adjacent forest area or an adjacent landscape that's the same ecosystem. We set a baseline of what kind of movement of those animals are happening now, and also plots of what tree species are there in what frequency, right? And then when you go to restore, your target is to try to get back to the baseline, and you do that by creating a number of choices of what native species to start with to foster and catalyze the natural successional process. Succession is like the natural evolutionary advance of the species that are native to that area. So, for example, snakes and reptiles are definitely one of the category of fauna that are measured. Their bird surveys are important. There are even some companies that are doing things like they put high gain microphones in the canopy of forests, and they listen to the total sound of night insects, and they use that as sort of one of the variables that they monitor as to whether or not they're able to restore to that value for the insects. They're not measuring and monitoring, but they have these high gain antennas up in the canopy, and they use gross call and sound and volume as one of the metrics, right? So there's a lot of really interesting ways to monitor and count biodiversity and count the forests and the carbon in soils, which are really tricky. So that can be difficult. But yes, we certainly are trying to pay attention to what biologists would term the most important trophic levels of the food chain, so to speak. Anybody else got one? Yeah. Thanks for the questions, by the way.
Hi. I'm wondering when such credit is created, when you put a seed into ground or when the trees is coming up, or in 20 years when it comes, and how the value changes. The second question is, which markets recognize such credits? Is it all the world or only Western cultures, or?
Okay, so two really good questions. For a nature-based solutions project that's focused on flora, right? It's focused on planting or restoring ecosystems that are degraded. You get the credit. So there's a process to build a project to get certified, and usually that happens after you've already planted and some growth has happened, and you have to sort of send an auditor to the site at least every 5 years. So you issue credits roughly every 4 to 5 years. Those credits go on an international trading registry that looks like a commodities exchange. And people all over the world are able to purchase them. So, for example, if I make a credit in Saudi Arabia through a mangrove reforestation project, when the auditor goes and confirms that my report of how big the trees are and how much carbon is in the soil, they confirm that, and then once they do that, they'll issue a report essentially saying, yeah, they were right, or they overestimated, or they underestimated, and then credits are created. They're serial numbered and they're time-stamped for the issuance year, and those then can be traded off the registry like, I don't know, like gold or lead or pork bellies and corn. Anybody can buy them. Each of those carbon credits, however, there are a couple of certification standards that have the majority of the market. Vera and the gold standard are probably two of the biggest. There are a couple of others now for jurisdictional approaches like art trees. And those credits can be traded and retired. So when somebody buys it and retires it, that serial number on the registry is no longer available for sale ever again, right? And that's when the atmosphere receives her benefit. And I think that if you're in a 40-year project and your trees sort of, they have, like a growth curve, right? They'll grow fast for a while and then they'll start to taper off. And you slice that into sort of 5-year tranches. Each issuance of those credits are available for sale once they're on the registry. There is an opportunity to pre-finance projects by pre-selling credits and de-risking those activities, and then the buyer gets them at a discount, essentially, which is like every other sort of pre-purchase agreement or streaming agreement. Yeah, one more.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. I walked in a bit late, but the question I have is, how are these projects financed at the beginning? So that's the first question.
Great one.
And then second, it appears you're more geared towards the companies doing the project. So what if a government has a situation where they have a lot of abandoned mining sites, maybe abandoned by illegal miners or artisanal miners? What approach can the government take, maybe in partnership with a company like yours, to rehabilitate that ecosystem and that in that environment? So yeah, 2 questions.
Super. All right. That sounds like somebody from a ministry with a particular challenge, and I appreciate that. The 2 questions are, how are these things paid for, which is an amazing question in a speculative, relatively new market. In the 23 years of carbon credit projects, in the beginning, they were all pilots and they were paid for by the company developing them or the asset holder, which is sort of a project proponent, which could be a mining company that has a concession. Now, as I was mentioning earlier, I don't know if you were here for that, but sort of venture capital and large investment houses are starting to pay attention to this commodity market, and they're starting to enter the game, and they have a totally different approach to how they would finance these activities. And my colleague is here. He works in a deal structuring team at South Pole that works with investors that are potentially interested at scale for restoration activities, and they want the carbon as the revenue product of their investment for to create the new forests and the stable ecosystems of the future from degraded lands. So there are many other ways, and I'm not going to go into the many details, but you can build a carbon credit project by promising to sell the credits at a fixed price to somebody, and they'll give you upfront capital for that. Or a streaming agreement for some of your expected revenue, right? So suppose I have a reforestation project in your country on your degraded mine sites, and I anticipate in the project development document that I'm going to generate 1 million credits every 5 years, or every year, 1 million credits, and I pre-sell 500,000 of those to a company like Aramco that has a greenhouse gas footprint and a net zero target. And they have some price indicator that slides with market, and the seller of the project sort of gets to share in price changing, right? It used to be you did so at a fixed price, and then everybody said, well, I locked in 10 years, and the market tripled. Well, I just totally lost, right? So now the market's getting smarter. So one way is you pre-sell, and you get payments because they need a lot of upfront capital, and then it's sort of operations through time. Another is these large investment capital houses are looking to bundle multiple projects. So it'd be your country's restoration mandates and 4 other countries that are neighbors, and they want to bundle them all together so that they can make an investment at scale, right? And that has proven to be a little challenging for the carbon market players and participants, because we started in this sort of mom and pop artisanal market where people built projects by bootstrapping them along, and that no longer is going to fit for purpose. And so it's really interesting to think about how the market needs to evolve now that the investment appetite is so much bigger, and frankly, all of the signals of the impacts of warming are more and more evident, right? So, but we would bundle all of those various landscapes that you described, where we have project activities that generate carbon benefits together into one project. There's another question in the back.
Thank you, that's very helpful. I've set up my own capital investment company a few years ago, and from day one I was planning to set up this carbon credits trading fund. But it has been a challenge to complete the entire ecosystem, because dealing with the Capital Market Authority, they need me to separate the fund custody from the fund's operation to ensure there's governance and ensure that there's very well documentation. I couldn't find a custodial.
You couldn't find a what?
A custodial for the carbon credits themselves. And so I can scale up my fund, my carbon credit trading fund. And the scaling is another challenge that I'm facing as well. But I'm very helpful because there's this green, Saudi Green initiative that could really take advantage of that and start, creating some carbon credits based on these Saudi Green initiative. The challenge is that I'm still looking for custodial and a different operational, and the pricing is another challenge as well. And how can you find good pricing mechanism? So I wonder, what's your thoughts on that?
That is an integrated, complicated question. I will address the parts of it that I'm better suited for. And as I'm sort of a project-oriented professional, right? So there are a number of people that are looking at trading platforms and markets, and how the custodial and what the end demand looks like, and what the certification standard to sell at, and what those price projections look like. I alluded to some of the price projections from a company called MSCI, which used to be known as Trove, which is one of the main sort of price modelers and projection. But I would warn you that because the carbon market is relatively new, we're 2 decades plus, and we've seen a fair amount of volatility in market pricing by project or sector type. So South Pole is resistant really to go beyond 6 years in our projections. And honestly, 2 is really where we're more confident, because there has been so much motion in pricing and there has been so much evolution of compliance markets which dramatically changed the pricing, right? I would say 3 years ago, most NBS credits traded for under $5 US, and yet the new CORSIA market is so undersupplied, we're expecting $30 to $60 for the same project and the same metric ton of CO2e that's certified, but because it's now a compliance instrument, it's become a significantly more valuable asset. Now, with respect to the projections of those prices, they're pretty good, we're pretty good. I think here in Saudi Arabia, the expectation of an understanding of the policy framework that's going to lead to solutions to some of your questions is the advent of a national compliance market, which there is whisperings of. We've heard that it's going to be here in 2027. Others sort of allude that 2029 might be more realistic. But when you have a national carbon market, there will be fixed prices for project types, as well as government incentives to achieve the market and the trading. And I expect that the custodian of those credits will be the issuer or the project owner, will hold while they broker in the national market for what should be risk-reduced known pricing, much like the Singaporean carbon tax market. Does that help? Happy to talk about that or put you in touch with my colleagues who might be better suited. Anybody else? Monitor for biodiversity or carbon. You feel your roots, your toes are moving into the ground, growing like trees as we sit in the chair too long today. Anyone? Going once? Last chance? Thank you so much for your attention at the end of the day. I know it was a slog, and hopefully if you're interested in buying a carbon credit someday, you should do that, especially as you fly home, right? You should think about, you know, some of our sustainability impacts as we transition, hopefully to a more high-impact, sustainable 2025. Thank you all so much for your time. It was a pleasure. I think I'm the last one in here today. Yep, I am. So feel free to hang out and come up with more NBS questions, or... Yes, I will be happy to give you a card. Let me